Commissioners is being called to order. First on the agenda is public comment. Do we have anyone here who would like to make a public comment? Seeing none in the room, is there anyone online, Megan?
If you're online and would like to provide comment, please raise your hand. No hands raised.
All right, thank you. First order of business is consideration of approval of special event liquor permit for Mill Creek Valley Historical Society. Lynette.
Morning. As the agenda indicates, this is an administrative item unless there is public comment or anybody in the room that has an objection to the application. And I'm not aware of anybody doing that. Being here to object, we have Chris Miller here.
Alan.
And Alan to answer any questions if the board has any questions for them.
No, you do this every year, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And this isn't a bribe, but, but here, these are some of our, our favors that we give out.
Thank you.
You know, when I read your application, I wasn't sure if we were invited or not.
Well, of course, everybody's invited.
Okay, thank you.
And since this is a Valentine's time too, you're supposed to bring your Valentine to, oh, I'm sorry.
I see.
You're supposed to bring your Valentine to Mardi Gras.
Oh my gosh, that's
Thanks.
so is it actually on the 14th?
Yes, it is.
All right.
So it's not really on Tuesday. So Fat Tuesday is the next Tuesday. So we always have it the Saturday before.
That sounds great. Thank you very much. I have no comments or concerns on the application.
So we just need basically an administrative head nod is what we call it, that you approve this. You as the chair
Oh, okay.
can make that decision. You don't need to take a motion or input from the other board members.
You have my head nod.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay,
Thank you, Rebecca.
certainly, thank you.
So get to lower.
Yeah, you're done.
Okay.
Next, the Board of County Commissioners regular session starts with a work session interview of John Paul added via Zoom for appointment to Clear Creek County Fire Authority.
Not seeing him yet. Is he in person?
I think he was going to be soon.
We might be going a little bit, oh, thank you. We might be a little bit fast, so he might just not be there yet.
Reach out to him as well.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I could just make a quick clarification.
Mhm.
I know the agenda says this is for appointment. I believe we're considering this for a nomination.
Thank you. Is that the same for all of them?
For not for item 6, but for items 4 and 5. This is the unincorporated seat that we nominate to the Fire Authority Board.
Okay.
Just for the record.
So 4, 5, was that it? Or was there one more?
That's it. The other two.
Thank you.
Yes.
Very good.
All right.
Hi,
number
Nancy.
5.
Okay. We will skip the first item number 4 and go to
Only-
Nancy Santagata. Sada, thank you.
You can sit up here if you'd like, if that's okay. Whichever chair.
Or at large.
Yes.
I like that look. You're like,
Why don't you state your name for the record and why you wish to be nominated to the Clear Creek County Fire Authority?
Nancy Santagata, and because I watch a lot of commissioner meetings, I live full-time in Dumont. And since moving here full-time in 2021, I have been looking for ways to be involved in the community. That started with the Mill Creek Valley Historical Society, so thank you very much for that license. And in particular, when I first moved here, I saw a sign on the station in Idaho Springs that said volunteers needed for fire. And so I considered that, but for many different reasons, I never actually applied. But then when I saw this advertised, I thought this was perfect. Low pressure. I don't think I'd be climbing ladders and running into fires, but this sounds like totally right up my alley, something I'd be very interested in participating in.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions?
I would like to ask you, what do you think you could bring as far as your background and to, I don't know, revitalize or continue like the fire mitigation and stuff like that? I see that that's one of the things in your application. What do you think you could bring to that?
I have many answers to this question, so let me sort that out. There's, I think, two parts. So I am a resident and we own property in the county. And my husband and I are actively working on mitigating our property, both our house and our property. We have a lot of standing dead and beetles affecting our trees. And so that is something that I think about constantly for my own property. But also unrelated, I'm not trying to say that I'm here to represent CSU, but I work at the extension office in Gilpin County. And that is something that we work with Gilpin County residents on regularly, is fire mitigation. And so that's been helpful for me to learn, but also helpful for me to sort of, where I feel like I'm making a contribution in helping residents understand what they should be doing as well. And so in terms of fire, now I'm laughing because I walk around saying that this whole place is going to burn down because I feel like I know. I appreciate that. And I realize that's, an exaggeration, but it is something that I worry about. And so if I could bring some, as an employee of CSU, we're taught to only, or to provide evidence-based information. And so my background as a scientist is to do that as well. And so that would be a place where I feel like I could contribute to that, is sort of not necessarily that I'm an expert in the science, but that I understand that that should be the goal, and to sort of ensure that everything is as science-based as it should be.
I was very impressed with your resume, and I really appreciate wanting to help out the county. There are other people applying, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Building on that, of course, in a board role, we're not required to have expertise in these topics, although it is helpful. Can you describe sort of other experiences you've had in board governance and how your commitment to mitigation can assist the organization and the board in making sure that that's a goal that's met?
So the reason why I said thank you for the liquor license for the Historical Society is because I'm on the board for that society. And recently I became the secretary, so that's more of an additional leadership role there. And in fact, just last week, we formed a separate committee to manage the restoration of the Mill City House. And I volunteered, I think that's the best word. I wish they were still here because they would confirm. I volunteered to be the chair of that restoration committee. And in particular, so to answer your question, the reason why I volunteered was we had a discussion about it, of whether we needed a more formal structure for that restoration committee. And I think that everyone on that committee kind of hesitated because they didn't want to be in that chair role. But I saw the need for more organization in that committee. And so I spoke up and said, I think that we should have a chair to keep us on task and focused. and make sure our money is spent correctly, you know, as a nonprofit, that is, money is a challenge. And so they actually, once I spoke up, they actually all agreed, but they didn't want to be in that role. And so I volunteered to do that. And this is why I wish they were still here. I believe that that is useful because we kind of totally changed our, plan moving forward for the future, you know, stop spending money just because we have money versus let's decide what we really need and focus on that. So for example, we decided to really focus on the roof of the building because that's structural and we can't do anything if we don't have a structurally sound roof. So in terms of does that answer your first question? That's my board experience. And then in terms of, can you repeat the question? Because I talk a lot, and I forget the second part of your question.
Just how you would apply your expertise, as a board member that, you know, of an organization that also has experts in fire mitigation inside the organization.
Yes, I will answer that by saying that I do not see myself as an expert in fire mitigation. In the sense that I am a resident who is mitigating their own property. That's the level of my expertise. So I would absolutely respect the expertise, the actual expertise on the board and of the fire authority. I think I would see my role just as more of ensuring that expertise and the generally accepted, you know, strategies for fire mitigation is what is actually followed. And you know, I was at an event in Idaho Springs. I don't remember exactly what that event was, but you were there. And where Jeremy Jones was talking about, he mentioned specifically that the what's it called when fire restrictions are evidence-based and science-based, and you know they don't decide to impose a fire restriction for no reason, that's based on data. And so you know that those decisions I would absolutely leave to the experts. It would be more, you know, based on my expertise in other areas. I would just hope to make sure that those guidelines are followed, as Jeremy said they would be.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Okay. You probably know that George is currently on the board, so he had more pointed questions than I did. Jody, did you have any?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Well, thank you
Thank you.
very much. I hope to see you on the 14th.
I hope to be there.
Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have John Paul Haddad online yet?
Yes, we do.
Okay, let's move to
Raising
him.
his hand, making it easy on me. There he is.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Hi there, can you hear us?
Loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Wonderful. Pleasure to meet you all.
Morning. Would you state your name for the record and why you're applying for the Fire Authority Board?
Yeah, absolutely. My name is John Paul Haddad. I'm applying for the Fire Authority Board because I just moved to Clear Creek County about a year and a half ago now. And I've been trying to find a way to contribute to my community. Have a unique background as a catastrophe adjuster formerly, and now working in the software space. So I've worked with a lot of primarily flood, but a lot of fire as well. And I think I bring a unique skill set to contribute to my community and be a voice for District 2.
Colleagues, do you have questions?
I guess kind of same question. What else could you bring to the board, like previous boards been on, or any type of leadership that Fire Authority could use your service?
Really great question. I'll start with my former community, Bell Creek, down in Commerce City. Though I didn't sit on the board, I was a contributor solely because the seats were all taken. There was no availability, but I was very active in the community, going as far as to do emergency services when we got the big snow, as you all remember a few years back, contributing to parties and doing community work and the first person in line to clean up. So when it comes to leadership, that is something that I'm very familiar. I'm a bit of an entrepreneur, so I've owned a variety of businesses from restaurants to consulting firms. My current role is a director of product for a $30 billion software company. I manage a number of teams here. So this is not just within the Denver area. This is an international management and leadership role, of which I'm working on 2 patents currently. So not only do I do it with efficacy, but with creativity and innovation.
Thank you.
Joy?
Yeah, I'm curious, what goals would you have for the fire authority as a voice for District 2?
Well, I think that kind of answers that question, right? Being a voice for the community, I think, is first and foremost important. Leveraging my judgment and ability to transfer that. I don't think you get into these roles because you have a particular set of judgment that puts you above anybody. Rather, there's an importance to taking the initiative of understanding community needs and vocalizing that. Thinking considerately about budget and policy and working to establish that within a reasonable manner. That's a delicate balance, as I'm sure. And finally, just looking forward to having a foothold here in the community to make sure that I'm giving back to the community that welcomed us with open arms. It's been nothing short of a dream come true here.
Thank you. I think that's all for me.
I have 2 questions for you. One, you have a very impressive job right now. Where would you find time to serve on the board?
This is something that you make time for, right? I believe in work-life balance. My teams work 4-day work weeks for 8 hours, still maintain the productivity. This isn't the Henry Ford era anymore. So what we are looking at is something that I carve out room for my community. This is a volunteer position, so my assertion is that there's healthy boundaries without being on the payroll when it comes to that. But how dare I try to profit from a community if I don't contribute and make time for that? That is of utmost importance, and you can see that in our behavior since we moved here. We've donated our time to plant flowers and help move the community here. So this is an important area that I carve out time specifically for, and I will make time.
Thank you. And my second question is, can you describe your mitigation efforts on your own property?
Really great question, and something that is currently top of mind. Well, our first step when we bought this property, it was a little bit neglected and not previous owners not having love for it. I think these things can get out of hand when people try to manage too much. So the first thing we did was we walked the property and we made assessments on where our priority should be. We do run an Airbnb out of the downstairs, so the safety inspection was a priority for us. So trees that were within that 10 to 15 foot range were either trimmed back, or we do have actually this month somebody lined up to remove 2 pine trees that are particularly nefarious and getting that out of the way. When it comes to our own personal hobby, part of why we bought this property is you'll notice my scouting on my resume. Well, I spent a lot of time in my childhood working in the woods and doing fire mitigation and cleaning. So how we find and relax is we might go put a beer or 2 in the creek to keep cold and start hauling out dry debris and moving it towards the street for removal. So we have not only done that, but we've been considerate on how we've done that. We've used some of the wood chips to retain moisture so that we're being considerate of the environment, that we're not just going through and clear cutting this stuff. We want to make sure we're retaining moisture, as we're also trying to become part of the annex program for our pond here to make sure that we're being responsible stewards. But then moving that dry debris towards the street, far away from the home, and then working with our consultant in order to get it removed from the property in a timely manner.
Thank you. Anything else?
Good.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your application. And I forgot to mention it
for the last applicant, but do we have a time frame we can let our applicants know about when we make decisions on this? Is it usually a couple weeks or till the next board meeting or?
We historically have said 2 board meetings to make the decision.
Okay,
And so looking at a calendar, that would be Tuesday, the 17th.
of February.
And typically it's by then you would either see yourself being appointed, receive an explanation, why not?
Thank you. Well, thank you again.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity and everything you do. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Next we have Clark Church. Hi.
Hi.
Mr. Church is up for appointment to the Foothills Regional Emergency Medical and Trauma Advisory Council. Would you state your name for the record and why you want to be on the advisory council?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Clark Church. I am interested in being in the advisory council, really for a handful of reasons. Before there was a board position available, and Tom Canlin, I believe, was the one who held that position. I have been involved with the Foothills RETAC, primarily since we started the Whole Blood Initiative in the county.
What is, I'm sorry, what is the RETAC?
Sorry, the RETAC, the Regional Emergency, the position I'm applying for, the
Oh,
the
okay.
Regional Emergency Trauma and Medical Advisory Council.
Oh,
So ours is the Foothills is,
the attack. Okay, got
Yes.
it.
so ours is the Foothills, right? There's 11 or 12 throughout the state, kind of split up based on jurisdiction. So I have been involved primarily in the Whole Blood Initiative. I've been holding our data collection and presentation for whole blood across the region. And then once a position opened up, I appreciated the opportunity to be able to not just have a voice, but a voting voice within that council.
What, did you take a class at George Washington University or?
No, I was, George Washington University held a Department of Defense contract. And actually I was in Kuwait serving on that contract. They provided the medical personnel that worked on that contract.
I went to George Washington University
Oh.
Law School, so.
Wonderful.
That's kind of popped out.
I went to undergrad there. I'm just gonna put that out
In the-
while doing the comparison.
Yeah. Colleagues, questions?
Clark, I have 2. First, what are our strategic interests in the RETAC board?
Yeah, absolutely. That our RETAC represents not only our community, right, but also the rest of what's considered the Foothills region, right? So Grand County is kind of the furthest west of that. And then as we come east, that includes areas like Arvada and Evergreen. So it's a mix of this rural and this suburban pocket of people, right? The Foothills helps dictate some of the advancements that we have as a community, as a regional community. And we also apply for grants and financial assistance through the RETAC, right? But as a county, that is our opportunity to have a voice to some of the direction for medical care that's being prioritized in the region. So it's important for us to have an informed voice and advocating for like, what are our needs, right, as a community? And I read every single call that happens in Clear Creek County as a part of my main job, right? So I'm actually deeply situated to understand what are our medical needs, right? What's actually happening in our community.
You mentioned Grand, and I'm assuming Clear Creek. Who else is in it?
It's Clear Creek, Grand County. I know Arvada is a member. Evergreen is a member. Those are the ones that I can think of rapidly. Gilpin. Yep, Gilpin County.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And so what I heard you say is making sure that the medical directives are in keeping with our needs, and you're well suited for that because you are sort of you're the person behind all the innovation we see, or one of the people behind all the innovation we see here in Clear Creek.
I've certainly had a hand in it, yes.
So my next question, how will you work with our other appointee to make sure those interests? I also heard you say, by the way, that making sure that there is funding opportunity for those innovations.
Sure.
How will you work with our other appointee to this board to make sure that those interests are met?
Sure. As I understand, Aaron Crawley is an appointee, and Jacob Glenn with the fire department, who I have close working relationships with both of them. Jacob's actually the training captain at the fire department. So just within my job, we interface a lot. So it's actually simple for me to work with those people.
So you guys get along?
Yeah, we get along. We share a wall, which, you know, yeah, so just regular conversations, right? We go to these meetings, we talk about what are our needs, and we can certainly collaborate to assure that we have a unified voice, right? If we do need to approach the council with something for our community and kind of make sure that we're on the same page and that we're coming at it from the same place.
Thank you.
Impressive resume and stuff. Mine's gonna be a little bit different. I'm gonna ask you, in such a high stress environment, all the stuff that we have going on, how do you separate yourself to give yourself that space, that to take care of yourself?
Yes, ma'am. That's a great question. I've been working on that a lot over the last few years. I actually removed myself from active 911 response in an effort to that. I started my career in 2009, just shy of my 18th birthday. So I've been doing that for a very long time, right? So creating space for myself. Actually, I made a career change, right? And I said, I'm not going to do 911 response anymore because I need to afford myself the space to care for myself and my family and the people around me. And so I've dedicated a lot of time to assuring that I, now at least, I come to work for my 40 or so hours, right? I go home and I engage in the hobbies that make me feel whole, and I spend time with my family. Go on an exercise, I go to a boxing gym. I've been doing that for 10 years or so, and that's been good for me and healthy. I have a therapist. That's good. If anybody in here doesn't do that, I think everybody should. Right. So it's actually been a large part of my career in the last few years is making sure that I am doing those. Have clear head thoughts when we're so inundated.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think you were in the room when George explained that we take 2 board meetings to make a final decision. So you should hear about Tuesday, February 17th, whether we've appointed you or why we didn't.
Wonderful.
So thank you so much for your time.
Mr. Chair, just briefly, I just want to share with you all that one of the most impressive moments I've experienced during my time here was sitting in the ambulance barn down at Station 1A, hearing Clark talk about how he finds opportunities to improve the way we do our stuff. And that was on the front end of seeing our cardiac arrest save rates go out of this world.
Yeah.
Because you're here, I just want to say that on the record, one of the best moments I've had as a commissioner.
Oh, thank you.
I think you're very, very qualified for this position.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have a work session interview with Cody Bear for appointment to the Clear Creek County Tourism Board.
Cody Bear is online.
Okay.
Was this a reappointment?
It is a reappointment to the Tourism Bureau.
Cody, if you're listening, I'm trying to promote you to panelist. Perfect. All right, there she is. Hi, Cody.
Hi.
Would you state your name for the record and the position for which you're applying?
Yeah, Cody Bear in for the Clear Creek County Tourism bureau for the board position.
Thank you. Colleagues, why don't you explain a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in the position or reapplying to the position?
Yeah, so I am the current president of Bojo's Pizza, and I also do all of our marketing as well. And I really like being part of the board, keeps me connected to the community and knowing what's going on. And also I have a passion for marketing and being able to promote the county.
Thank you. Colleagues, do you have questions?
Go ahead, George.
Thank you for being here, Cody, and thank you for serving your first term. We've seen some changes during your first term. There's a new strategy, I think, being built around how to use these public marketing dollars to best benefit our economy. Can you just describe, how do you feel about this strategy that we're working on? And if you were the king of these marketing, of these marketing dollars, what would you be doing?
Yeah, I do think that since we've had a lot of changeover, or we have the new person on, there's definitely a lot more direction. And she's doing a really good job of taking feedback from everyone. And I'm really excited to kind of see where it's going to go. Before, there was not really a lot of direction. Nobody really knew what was going on. And there was some stuff that, we were spending money on that some people were like, well, is that really going to actually impact the county? And I feel like the way that we're going about it now, is there's a little bit more direction. And instead of trying to promote 1,000 different things at one time, we're focusing more on little different things. So it's gonna, I think, help the county a lot more. I would really like to see us kind of promote the county based on some of the unique things that we have outside of the businesses. So like, for example, the water wheel, there's not really anywhere else that you can go and walk up to a water wheel. And I think that's super unique to Clear Creek County. And while you're there, you're gonna come into Clear Creek and go to the restaurants and the shops and things like that.
How long has Bojo's been in business?
So we started in 1973.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I saw the 50th anniversary note and I was like, when did they start?
Yeah. Yep.
So my question, this is Jody. My question is, we are noticing with the lack of snow, there's a lot of issues around people. I don't see the parking lots full. Do you have any ideas, or how do you express those ideas with your board on maybe coming up with some innovation ideas that, just waiting for the tourists to show up, because typically we've been inundated with them and now it seems like we've got other problems?
Yeah, I think the lack of snow is definitely impacting Summit County and those other counties a lot more than us. Definitely promoting, like, we have a lot of other good stuff to do besides the snow. It's super easy to get to. Great shopping, great hikes. I mean, because we don't have snow, we can still do all of those outdoor activities without like skiing, which are more in Clear Creek County. So like the bike park is really good, or, the little hikes that we have around, shopping and things like that. So I think the lack of snow actually is better for us as a county than any other county that are further west than us.
Have you noticed a decrease in business?
We have a little bit, but that is pretty much standard, like, for our industry across the nation. The economy is more affecting us than the snow. So the snow is a little bit, but restaurant sales have been down anywhere from 3 to 7% across the nation. So
Okay, thank you. Your point about we have other things to do, I can see, Jess is in the audience.
Yeah.
I can see, some sort of promotion saying,
missing the mountains because you can't ski. Hey, come for a hike in Clear Creek or something.
Hi, come from a class. Come visit our arts and culture.
There you
Outside
go.
will always be outside. Come inside.
George, Jody, any more questions?
Yeah, I have one more. And this is, I'll speak for myself and how I view what we need to do. One of the things that I think we need to do is react to the data we have showing that there's kind of a new group of customers coming out of the pandemic that come up here from the metro area. Clear Creek has kind of been discovered as a place that you pretty quickly get to and spend some time, and that you don't necessarily have to stay here and shop. And we think we at least have access to the data to start to understand what kinds of businesses this new group of visitors are interested in shopping in. And that puts us in a difficult place as a tourism marketing entity, because there's the opportunity to spend those dollars to highlight the specific businesses that this data is showing people are looking for. Of course, there's always a fairness conversation in how to spend these dollars and try to make sure that they benefit every business. How do you try to achieve that balance, and how do you go about communicating proactively with the public and the business community about why we're making strategic decisions to try to benefit the whole, even when maybe some individual businesses aren't seeing themselves in our ads?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. So, you know, I think the age-old marketing thing is you can't promote everything all the time. That gets very, very lost. I think promoting to individual market shares, according to what they want, I think is going to benefit the community as a whole, because they might, you know, they might be like walking into the shop and they're like, oh, but actually a beer is across the street. That sounds really good. So bring them into the community, because there's so much there to offer. I think once they come in, it'll spread the wealth to everyone. And you can create different campaigns that, you know, are targeted to different audiences in different ways. So we are starting to use something that's very similar, but it shows us through our different demographics how they best respond to different type of advertisements. So some of them could be videos, some of them could be mailers, and exactly what they're looking for as well, right? So there could be like, this outdoor enthusiast is going to respond best to like a mailer, so we're going to target them in that way. And then if they're coming into the county, more likely than not, they're not just going to come in to go straight to a soap shop. They're going to, you know, spend some time here.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Anything else, Judy?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We're planning to make a decision on appointments by February 17th, and you will hear one way or the other, but thank you so much for your service on the board, and appreciate you reapplying.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Okay, next we have communications update. Megan Hyler Wilson.
Hello.
Oh.
All right, I have a few updates here.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Chair. John Paul is back online.
Oh,
For the
okay.
first,
CCFA.
the CCFA
Interview.
appointment, number 4.
Yeah.
Did we
We interview?
We did.
Did?
Yes.
Sorry.
That's all right. Megan.
No worries, he's just trying to steal my thunder. It's all right.
How did I miss that?
I have just a few updates here. It might be, the holidays might be over, but flu and cold season is not. So if you're not feeling well, just a reminder to maybe stay home. But also, public health can help you with vaccines. And they now have these fancy tests that you can get flu A and B and COVID all in one test. So those are free at public health. We also have them here. And I think we have a few over there. They might be gone. Oh no, we have a few over there. So we have a few in the BOCC room. So like I said, those are free. if you're not feeling good, get tested, so you don't infect anybody else. Also, exciting news, we are now live in 3 places for Board of County Commissioner meetings. You can now watch these on Facebook, YouTube, and on the county website. So if you're on the go, or if you don't have a Facebook or you deleted your Facebook, you can still watch them. Obviously, they will still be on YouTube after the fact, but we are just making it more accessible for everyone. So that's really exciting. Also, I would love to shout out Clear Creek EMS. I know we have one person from Clear Creek EMS here. They now have 2 units of blood, so now they can save even more people, and the blood they have has a longer shelf life. So this is awesome, especially because we don't have a hospital here in Clear Creek County, so we can save even more people, and our EMS team just continues to impress everyone, me included, and we're really excited about that. So props for Clear Creek EMS, they rock. And then last thing, LEAP is accepting applications. This is through Northwest COG, I believe. And if you qualify, you can have somebody come in and take a look at your house, and they could help you make your house warmer or able to withstand the cold weather better. They can do upgrades to your house. They can also help you pay heating bills, things like that. So if you're interested, just head to our website. It's right on the homepage, or you can look back a few posts on our Facebook page, and there's more information there. So as always, if you have any questions, shoot me an email. It's mhiler@clearcreekcounty.us. Thanks.
Thank you, Megan. Do we have an update? Let's see, I usually do manager updates before the commissioner updates. Would you like to go next? Paul?
Sure. I just have one real quick scheduling thing. So we, CDOT has entered its 30-day comment period on the 10-year plan. I sent an email to y'all, I think last week or 2 weeks ago about this. I would like to get some direction if possible on just who's going to be responsible for issuing the comment. I think it would be better in person.
Okay.
Obviously, one of y'all going in person with a speech would be great. Because the 10-year plan, as usual with CDOT, includes a lot of expansion to 70 with very little mitigation. So I think it's important for us to take every opportunity to tell our story about how we cannot handle more expansion without mitigation. Just if we could get
When is this?
we don't know yet. It's 30 days after the last meeting, which is on the 15th. So I'm assuming it's February 15th, but I don't know yet.
Okay. Can I sit down with you and discuss this? Yeah.
So would the board be okay with Rebecca, you being the one that,
Well, I'm the CDOT person.
yeah, we're just,
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I would encourage us to, in addition to providing testimony in person, following up with written comment.
okay.
And depending on the timelines, basically getting written comment in on the early side of the comment period.
We can get the written comment pen at any point. And then obviously we'll need to schedule with the state when you can make your in-person. But I think it would be good.
Yep.
So if that works, I will work on getting the written comments drafted out. I will send it to all 3 of you for approval. And then I can send that one to the state directly if I get y'all's okay. And then I'll work on getting you scheduled to be in front of their executive board on their 10-year plan.
All right, commissioner updates. Who'd like to go first?
I can go first. I did the first resilience meetings. We broke up in little groups, and I'm not sure how I ended up in the food desert, but I'm in the food desert one. They did ask if we had somebody else that wanted to be represented because they weren't too keen on having commissioners in this group. With everybody being busy, but I wasn't sure who else could do it. The only other one I was thinking of was George, just because he worked at the grocery store here in Georgetown, but I don't know if he would be up for that. I enjoyed talking about it. We talked about where food is accessible, what kinds of food. Gas station food isn't the best, except for the Georgetown gas station, because they offer fresh fruits and vegetables, thanks to George. We talked about different options that we could do, like maybe putting food on the roundabout instead of people having to come in. We could maybe have a box on the roundabout that they could choose a few things for people that don't have access to come into Loaves and Fishes with their limited schedule. And then the options that we have pretty much are Safeway, unless you go out of the county for an actual grocery store. So
I participated.
Safeway is an actual grocery store?
Safeway is an actual grocery store, yes. I participated with Jeff Aiken with Gilpin and then the other resilience team members. We'll see what comes out of that. If anybody else wants to be on that, reach out to me. And then we had our open space meeting with the BOCC. We talked about goals and LUR's land use recommendations, kind of where they're moving, and got some tours of some open space for the BOCC to check out scheduled. So that was kind of fun. And then George and I attended Friends of Clear Creek. They did a presentation on the different groups like Malt, Solve, they all went up there. I represented NOCO and how we could all partner, and, you know, we don't want a group going out and cutting trails on the county property. So we all need to collaborate with each other and know what's going on and keep these lands clean and safe for people. So.
And you meant unauthorized trail cutting?
No, I mean, we just don't want people putting any trails on our land without us knowing what's going on.
Right,
So, yeah,
absolutely.
it's a collaboration that I think is important for all the groups, the entities to get together. So, Solid doesn't cut trails or anything, but, you know, some of the other groups, we want to know what they're up to. But that's all my updates.
Thank you. George?
Thank you. I am not sure if I'll find the time to join that food desert group, but I am happy to provide ideas and context as needed. So let's see here. First, I had a meeting with the selection committee that was used to select the new early childhood council. Is continuing to meet. We're morphing into a steering committee for what that early childhood council is going to look like. As a reminder, Jefferson County Public Health was selected. And we're going to continue to have conversations. Jody, I'm trying to find the right place for me to step out of that conversation and for you to step in. What I've been sharing is that Jefferson County Public Health, I view as an ideal temporary fit as we work to build the capacity of non-government partners to step into that role in the long term. There's also some legislation I'll be paying close attention to. I think it's Senate Bill 19. It's affecting LCOs and early childhood councils. And there's potential, it's not written right now, but people are talking about the county role in selecting ECC. So I have my eyes on that. Next thing, Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Commission is meeting here in person on June 22nd from 1 to 3. There's
Here in the BOC.
Yep, here in this room. They couple times a year travel outside of Jefferson County to meet. And there is no need for y'all to attend. Of course, you are welcome to if you want some exposure to that topic. Also, there's potential for a switch in the school district representation. I just wanted to brief you both. This is, I think, the one seat that I'm aware of in the county where the appointment is delegated to a single commissioner. Or at least that's how we did it when we appointed Sonny Vincent about 5 months ago. It is a seat that is dedicated to the school district for the advisory board to the GROC. And typically, I typically defer to them for who they think within their organization is the best fit. I do ask some screening questions because I want to make sure that there's philosophical alignment about how to abate the opioid crisis. So this is just a heads up and an opportunity for you guys to say, no, I want to do it differently. What we did last time was I had a phone call with Sonny. I reported to you all that I was satisfied and prepared to appoint, asked you if you had any questions, and then move forward.
Okay, very good.
Okay. I've been looking carefully into the situation with Lookout Mountain Water District, they appear to be poised to take federal and state tax dollars to change their water system in a way that would greatly harm our high school and middle school, could render it unusable. And that is a big, big issue. So I've been looking into that situation and trying to understand all the ins and outs. Another thing that I want to give you a heads up about, I expect we'll be having an STR policy conversation this year. So I've been doing some policy research. I came across a pretty interesting policy. Taos, New Mexico has a cap like us. They exempt operators from their cap who provide affordable housing somewhere else, either on the property or on a different property that they own. And I thought it was an innovative policy. It got me thinking. I wanted to just mention to you all that I saw it and I passed it along to staff. And then because the legislative session has started, I have some updates for you on like legislation of interest. One is the governor is proposing a privatization of Pinnacle. Pinnacle is a work comp and maybe other insurance provider. We are customers of Pinnacle for our workman's comp. And I just want to thank Carol Ann. I asked Carol Ann what her thoughts were about it, HR director. As per usual, she immediately responded with very detailed and nuanced information about the potential harm for us from that proposal. Privatizing Pinnacle would be a one-time $400 million benefit to the state and a permanent harm to all of the public agencies that use Pinnacle for insurance. So I will probably be speaking against that in the absence of any other opinions from you all. And my intent in describing all of this is if we need to have further conversations, we should at this board. Second, DNR, Department of Natural Resources, is proposing a bill called the Outdoor Opportunities Act. It's kind of codifying a role that CPW has in recreation planning. We opposed a similar bill last year. Much of what was in last year's bill is not in this year's bill, as far as trying to expand CPW's trail construction mandate to include motorized recreation. That is not in there. Nonetheless, the bill tells a story that is mostly true about the positive impact of recreation to Colorado's economy. I think it's important that bill also acknowledge that hits differently in local communities, especially those like us that don't have a ton of lodging or large ski resorts. And so I'm racking my brain to try to figure out what we can get into that bill that can, acknowledge that situation and ask CPW and DNR to, in their planning, help us find ways to build an economy out of tourism that can result in things that the other communities get, like enough money to invest meaningfully in childcare and housing. So that's an update on that one. There is a bill that would allow proposals to do tax increment financing on the state sales tax for transportation and affordable housing projects or projects that affect both. I want to make sure that this bill, that the mobility hub in Idaho Springs will be eligible for this bill, because it really could be an important funding source for that project. I have reached out to Idaho Springs. If they have any comments, I will pass them along to try to get any amendments.
What was that called? Tax increment what?
Tax increment financing. It is a scheme where you do a project, you project that it will increase tax revenues, and for a period of time, instead of collecting the tax revenues, it goes into a special pot of money to use for improvements in the area. So it's more complicated than that, and I'm not going to do a very good job explaining it. Next, a bill that's going to get a lot of interest at CCI and CCAT is called the HOME Act. It is giving school districts and nonprofits with a history of developing affordable housing a different path through our land use processes. It would be, I think, administrative only, as in not come to a hearing to this board. The reason I wanted to give you a heads up is that the local control conversations among county governments can become difficult. CCI will likely oppose it. CCAT or a number of CCI members will want to. CCAT tends to historically sit in a space where we call it harm reduction on concepts like this. We will take amend positions historically on bills like this so that we can make the process that's being proposed as good as possible in case it passes. So I wanted to give you guys a heads up to that. If you see, one organization taking one position, another organization taking another position, that's some of the rationale why. I also want to highlight to you leadership opportunities at CCI and CCAT. CCI will be electing its steering committee chairs in its first steering committee meeting, and I don't have that off the top of my head, the date, but it's in your calendars. Those tend to be a little tough to get for folks of our political persuasion. But if you are interested, it's not impossible to get into those steering committee leadership positions. You basically end up being the chair of a big committee and facilitating the room, and then being, kind of a key representative of CCI's interests. Maybe of more interest to you is CCAT leadership opportunities. In particular, CCAT's Fiscal Reform Committee has a vacancy in its vice chair position. We have acute needs regarding fiscal reform, and I want to encourage either of you to look at doing that.
How long is the term, and would that be something you'd be interested in?
I am on CCAT's executive committee as their immediate past chair. And CCAT tends to try to funnel people up from committee chair into the executive committee into the chair role. So no.
Okay, got it.
But
I would assume that's for a year.
oh yeah, you asked how long. The terms are for a year. Yes. So I just wanted to give you a heads up about that. And then lastly, there is a bill proposing excise tax authority over vacant homes. It is not anticipated that this bill really has a path through the legislature, but it will get a hearing in the House. CCAT did take a support position. And I think it's an opportunity for us to tell our story. So I plan on being a voice down there. I also know that there's room for you all to engage on that as well. So,
Yeah, I have heard people complaining, trying to find houses in Clear Creek, and there's so many vacant homes here. So.
Yeah, it has value to us because it is county level fiscal reform. The actual dollar value is far less than what the Summit County and Eagle County and the resort counties will receive. That's because our vacancy rates are about half of what they are in the
a percentage
rural resort. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a rough guess, but you can the census data will share that. So, I mean, we continue to see proposals that have extreme value to the rural resort community, that have pretty limited value to the tourism economies that don't have big resorts. That's a problem for us.
Unless we can tax recreation.
Correct. So anyway, this is an opportunity for us to tell our story. It will be of benefit to us. So I suggest we support it. And as we do, it's an opportunity for us to tell our story.
Okay. And do you want to testify on our behalf?
That is my intent. I also know that there's room for both of you to take interest and talk to anybody who will listen about it, including testifying.
Okay. Thank you, George.
Yep. And that's all for me.
All right. Very good. Very interesting. Encouraging updates. My updates are a little shorter. Past 2 weeks, I participated in the I-70 coalition meeting, mostly still talking about Floyd Hill construction and what's coming next. We all can see the beginning of the flyover, that intimidating looking structure that says it really is 16 feet, 9 inches tall, but you feel like you want a duck driving under it. That is part of the new arterial, the flyover end of the new design. Yeah. The mayors and commissioners meeting, we had an excellent presentation from Public Works, Road and Bridge about our roundabout and opportunities for that. I met with the Georgetown police judge, talking about issues of concern to Georgetown and the county, mostly housing. We all are, I know George and I were, did you go to the tourism board meetings?
I did not.
Okay, George and I handled it.
Yep.
That was very good. Thank you, Jess, but you're not here anymore. Last night I attended the Regional Housing Authority meeting. We are progressing in getting a lawyer and applications can apply to be an executive director. We're looking for people with housing experience. And then we all met with the Open Space Commission, as Jody related. And I'll keep it short and sweet. That's it for me. Thank you.
A couple of comments. I wonder, my takeaway from the tourism meeting is that it might be worth it for us as a board to take the time kind of evaluating the strategy, making sure that we're aligned. I noticed in that meeting that we had different opinions, and I think to the extent we're able to talk amongst ourselves and get to the same page, I think we can help ourselves. Is that of interest?
Sure. Should we invite Jess to our next work session? Have a work session on that? How do you propose doing that?
I mean, we could invite Jess, but I think we kind of know the proposal, and I think it could help us to have a conversation as a board about the extent to which we support a strategy that strategically selects individual businesses or tries to market every business at the same time. I noticed that we were having different opinions, and maybe we could try to get on the same page with that.
Okay. What is the proper format for doing that?
It needs to be agendized as a work session for discussion by the board.
Okay.
Put it on a future agenda.
Okay, I'm okay with that, Jody.
I am. I wasn't in attendance. I had a different meeting at that same time, so.
Okay.
Awesome, thank you.
Yes.
And then, wow, I attended the Housing Authority meeting too. I listened in, and so a note, if we can get staff to start to notice those, because as the alternate, I'm gonna listen in. I don't know if that means they need to be noticed or not.
I think you need to be noticed.
I just want to express my jealousy. The work that the Housing Authority is doing is incredible, and I'm going to do my best to appropriately share my opinions with you about decisions that that board is being asked to make, like who are the people it's trying to serve. So just as a heads up, I'm super, super interested in the conversations, the policy conversations that they're having.
And did you have an objection to what we were talking about last night?
No.
Okay. Very good. And let's see, I don't see Rachel here for the,
He's online.
oh, okay.
Um,
All right, we'll move on to the warrant register.
oh, but that's on the consent agenda. So unless you guys are gonna pull it.
No. Did anybody have any comments on the warrant register?
So, Madam Chair, what you want to do is, because the consent agenda gets approved in its entirety,
Is there anything that needs to be pulled?
pulled,
Okay.
and if not, then you read all the items into the record.
Okay. Is there any item that colleagues would like to pull?
No, but I do have some comments.
Okay, so the motion,
So what you'll do is you read these into the record and then ask for a motion.
okay,
And it'll be motion, move to approve, a second will occur, and then you can take any comments from the board at that time.
all right. Very good. The Board of County Commissioners action session begins with a consent agenda, which would include consideration of approval of the warrant register, consideration of approval of resolution 26-15, a resolution appointing members to the Clear Creek Planning Commission, consideration of approval of resolution 26-14, a resolution appointing a member to the Clear Creek County Board of Adjustment, consideration of approval of PW 24-08, Road and Bridge CIP amendments to task order number 8 and number 9 for the agreement between owner and engineer for professional services with Rock Consulting Group. Consideration of approval of the 2025 Highway Users Tax Fund mileage certification. Consideration of approval of memorandum of understanding with the Colorado State University for Extension County Director position. Consideration of approval to adjust the ambulance fee schedule. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Yes, thank you. A couple of comments from me.
We need a second.
Who's second?
Oh, he did?
He did.
George.
Okay,
I moved and he seconded.
thanks.
I want to thank Stoy for his response. I asked a question about HUTF and whether HUTF can help us provide any services on what we currently call non-maintained county roads. Really, they do have some level of maintenance. And so I got a positive response from. I wanted to thank him publicly. I also reached out to the CSU director just with a comment about the job description because it references the fire authority as a and not Evergreen Rescue. I encouraged him to also reference Evergreen Fire Rescue as a critical partner in this work. And lastly, I just want to thank, we've got a number of appointments. I just want to thank the people that came and interviewed and are going to now be spending at least a year serving the people of Clear Creek with us. So for me.
Jody, any comments?
I'm just excited to get CSU back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just for a comment, with regard to the appointments, the clerk to the board, Amy, will reach out to the individuals that were named and let them know that they were formally appointed.
Very good. Thank you. All right.
All in
We need to
favor?
vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. All right, now we're moving into the Board of County Commissioners action session. Consideration of approval of appointment of Commissioner Marlin to the Clear Creek Watershed Forest Health Partnership. George, do you want to have any comments on that?
Yeah, thank you. I think this one will be brief. We discussed this during our appointments in the first meeting in January. It was decided that I should reach out to Clarence Blake, who's currently our appointee. I've spoken with her. I've spoken with Jeremy Jones, who's appointed by the Fire Authority, and I've spoken with the Eric Eisenhart, who is the staff for the Watershed Forest Health Partnership. They're all happy to see me step in there for a year, and we can determine whether we think a commissioner should be there permanently or whether we want to go back to staff representation. But I am excited to spend some time this year. I think that is the right organization to explore a forest improvement district that could levy a sales tax in the metro area for fire mitigation work up here in acknowledgement of their need to protect their water supply, which is here.
Very good. Thank you, George. All right, do we need a motion?
So in this instance, what we need is a motion because the purpose of having this now as opposed to bringing back when we update the appointments list at the next meeting was to ensure that Commissioner Marlin has the opportunity to serve on that board because I believe they have a meeting before our next board.
Very good.
So we simply need a motion to appoint.
All right. Jody? do you
I
have
would
a
like
motion?
to make a motion for the consideration of adding additional sorry.
It'll be,
Number 12.
The approval of appointment of Commissioner Marlin to the Clear Creek Watershed Forest Health Partnership.
I second your motion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. Thank you. All right, the Board of County Commissioners is right on schedule. We're scheduled a break right now and I'm going to take it. Thank you.
We're gonna come back at 10.
10 o'clock. The Board of County Commissioners is reconvening. We are having a work session to consider the additional regular board meeting days to the board's meeting schedule. This is something proposed by George Marley.
Thank you. May I suggest that we, since we have Tyler Bryant sitting here, do this one later?
Okay. All right, we will put that one on hold and go right into the Xcel Energy wildfire mitigation, public service power shutdown events, and the electric rate context. And Tyler Bryant. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate the invite and kind of educating the community and the county about our wildfire mitigation plan, which was passed last year and approved by the Colorado PUC. This is pretty timely because, as you are well aware, that we had a public safety power shutoff the week before Christmas, the 17th through the 19th, and a number of 2 phases in the outages, 2 PSPS events. A windstorm came in on the 17th, knocked out power. Came in, we took out power for about 50,000 people, I believe more on the Jeffco side, near the Front Range, up to Boulder, and even north of that.
In Clear Creek.
Exactly. And the second one as well, that Friday, extended into the west, including Georgetown, Idaho Springs, Black Hawk, Central City, and part of the feeder system just west of Jeffco. I know it affected a few of the schools there. So I think, this presentation is really just a high level, just to kind of give you some info on the kind of risk that our team views wildfire as part of the system and the system that we try to reduce risk from, and then getting into some of the details about the events themselves and kind of a few more of the lessons learned. And then we could, I guess, have a Q&A at that point, if that makes sense. If you guys are also aware, we also had another PSPS this last Friday, affecting, I think, about 6,000 customers, a much smaller event up in Fort Collins. The good news is, because it was a smaller event, the team, we had, the playbook, which I'm going to show you and walk you through. We were able to get all those customers up, the majority of them that Friday night, and then a few of the remaining ones that Saturday. So it was a much smaller outage event. The events here were, much longer, especially in the Evergreen and the Golden area, just because of the significant amount of damage from the wind that caused damage on our system. Next slide. Here you go. Here's a good map of wildfire risk in Colorado. And this is our service area in Colorado. To the eastern plains, you have a lot of the transmission. Yellow is the lowest, orange is the medium, red is the highest. A lot of Jeffco and the Front Hills, the Front Range, are in the red and the orange. So everything is in the yellow. So just kind of giving you some scope of to how much risk we are trying to reduce from the system and kind of the investments for the wildfire mitigation plan. That's where the red and the yellow and the orange is really where a lot of the investments are going towards.
I'm sorry, as you tweak this, would you add in like our county seat, Georgetown or something, just so we have a better sense of where we're at?
Sure.
Thank you.
This is all on our public website as well. So you can zoom in, click on an address or type in an address and pull up exactly where your property or building is in a risk zone.
Okay. Yeah, even if we could see the county lines easier, that would be good.
Understood.
Thank you. George?
Yeah, question for you. Is this wildfire risk writ large? Is this specific to risk to electrical infrastructure?
This is both. A lot of the data that our meteorology teams put together and collected to provide this map is based on state data. They also have their own electric infrastructure, the kind of state of that infrastructure, and that kind of really guides how we monitor and kind of repair and upgrade the system, but also the day-to-day maintenance as well. How often we're coming through and doing vegetation management in the red area versus the yellow area. Next slide. So this is this wildfire mitigation plan was enormous. It was way bigger than the years before, and it added about an average of $10 per customer's bill. That is a very large impact, but that is the scale to which that we had to reduce risk on the system quickly. A couple of the things here, really focusing on system resiliency. What that includes really is pole remediation, power line improvements, overhead, kind of replacing them, wrapping them with conductor, making sure that they don't slap and create a spark. And then the last remaining part is vegetation management and more tech. So really adding the tech equipment that makes on the poles and wires that makes it safer. They can communicate quicker. They can more isolate what gets shut off, maybe what gets restored, can kind of tell operations folks where exactly an issue might be on the line. So they're not walking around looking for an issue when that creates a longer restoration time. Really trying to build a smarter system for the purpose of faster restoration. But a lot of this really is pole remediation, going through, figuring out where the risk on the system is. That includes LiDAR technology with a helicopter flying through, looking at the integrity of each pole. Do they have any sort of leaning issues? How's the structure of each pole? Is that a risk in itself? And then going through and rebuilding that work as well. So a lot of this also includes updating the poles themselves. So back in the day, poles were much shorter, not as big. There wasn't as big of a need for stronger, bigger poles. Now there are, especially in the highest risk tier areas. And again, the taller the pole, bigger the pole, stronger, itself can resist winds, but also can withstand more damage if something flies into the line in times of high wind. But it also allows crews to space out the lines on the pole to where they don't slap. So it prevents slapping, any sort of spark that could be caused by our equipment, not just external wind or trees.
Is Excel, one of the most regular comments I get about the fire mitigation work that Excel conducts is that historically you've left all of the material right outside of your right of way. Is Excel reevaluating that practice?
I can't tell you. That's something I would have to go back to operations and see. Are you talking about vegetation management?
Yeah.
Or-
Yeah, like basically if you walk a power line, an Excel power line, you are accustomed to seeing a lot of fuel on the ground immediately adjacent to Excel's right of way. And we've been told in the past that it's too expensive to remove that fuel that's being cut. I'm curious if Excel plans to reevaluate that practice.
For the purpose of wildfire, I don't believe so. For residential properties, and we're learning this all in Golden right now, there's a big push for vegetation management in a critical risk area. So I'm learning as much as possible, as quickly as possible to get this done. But the fact is, cuttings and debris from trees are usually considered by the PUC and our tariff, which guides what we can and can't do, as personal property. So that tree that we cut, while we can keep our system safe and we have the right to maintain that area, if we do cut down a tree, we need the customer's approval for full removal. That debris sometimes can be left on the customer's property because that's their property. Most of the time, some of the time there are some exceptions where we will take it ourselves. So in emergency situations, sometimes we'll take it if there's a crew with the truck, we can throw everything in the back and they take it and dispose of it. But most of the time for day-to-day vegetation management, the trees, the trunks themselves are left on property. Some of the debris will get, the smaller branches will be taken with us, but I don't believe our team, from what I've understood, is that itself is not necessarily a major fire risk for the debris that's left on the ground.
Okay, thank you.
I was gonna say some of it gets shipped out too.
Exactly. So when some of it, they have a truck behind them that ships it as they go and grab material. It really depends on the scale and how much work they're doing too. So it's really difficult to tell a customer if we're in their neighborhood what they can and can't do.
So I have a question. I know that like they leave the little piles, the little triangles of the perfectly cut for a fireplace size wood. I have people that come up to me and say if it's in Excel's right away, do other people have the right to take it? That would be a no then, because it's technically somebody else's property. You just have the right of way.
Correct. So it'd be that property owners. It's technically their property. So I wouldn't recommend customers just seeing if they see a pile of debris or cuttings to go take it. They would need that property owner's permission.
Okay.
I have a question for you, and this would come up at a merge if you are able to come to that meeting. Twice now, Excel Energy has come in, and I am all for cutting down trees that could fall on the line and spark. That's not an issue for me at all. My issue is when they come in and they shave half the tree with all the branches facing our house, which seems like if we have a big windstorm, okay, maybe it won't fall on your power line, but it will fall on our house. I'd rather have you just take down the tree versus having this half tree, denuded on one side.
If it's on your property and then we need to decide if our contract, we don't have an in-house vegetation management team. So this is all done by contractors who are experts and have the certifications for arborist requirements.
Yeah.
So
So it's a good way to kill the tree eventually.
sometimes they'll go through and then they'll make recommendations, tell the homeowner there's a process, they'll leave door hangers with their contact info, and then maybe ask the homeowner, hey, we need your approval, but we recommend full cutting this tree. Otherwise, it needs significant cutting and the tree may not survive.
And when we're there, we absolutely say cut down the whole tree. And then we came back and they had shaved half a tree. This was after they had cut down the other trees, they said they would and took away the wood, perfect. But then they left one tree, they came back again and did more mitigation work without our input. And so of course we paid to have the tree taken down because we didn't want it to fall on our house. So I think that's good in theory, but that's not necessarily the way they behave.
So the contractor may have missed a tree or have just done work without asking, or maybe they didn't think that it needed to be fully removed and didn't ask your permission. Or they just went ahead and cut it and didn't remove it and didn't feel like they needed your permission to go ahead for full removal. Is that how I understand it?
Well, when you shave down one side of a tree,
Right.
and leave it there standing, it's not gonna live and it's gonna fall on our house at some point unless we take it down. So I don't think the default should be shaving down a tree without checking with the homeowner. Just, this is irrelevant, but just to let you know, that issue would come up again.
Understood.
I'm not sure it's irrelevant. I hear about this a lot. And like, it's always worth commenting. I realize that your contractor consistency in their practices is really important because neighbors talk and, I've had both the opportunity to say, hey, I think I want you to cut it this high. And I've shown up and seen the work. So I think it's a valid comment.
Absolutely. And, I'm not a tree expert. I can't verify exactly what they were, their insight was for that job in particular. But these folks are tree experts. We hire them because they can verify and they've done the.
They hire the experts, but they aren't the ones on the ground.
They usually have, so in the vegetation process, a foreman, customers should be communicated through email and automated voicemails, letting them know that they are in the area. This is best practices. So sometimes as we found out in Golden, this doesn't work all the time. So now we're making it very clear that this is the most important, probably impactful work we can do with customers. Because it's very upsetting. Trees are very expensive and people love trees. That is, and privacy.
Well, as I said,
So we have to have good customer communications.
I would rather have safety over privacy. I don't want a tree falling on your lines, but I also don't want it falling on my house.
100% understand. If that's something you'd like me to kind of check with our contractor, I'm happy to. We can figure out, and you can send me an address if you'd like, and then we can run it down with Nick, our manager. So I work very closely with him now.
Awesome. Thank you.
No problem. A few of the other things that are in the wildfire mitigation plan are pano cameras, the tech itself. We've really beefed up our communications team as well with internal staff. We have a number of staffers who now communicate in these events with county OEMs and improving some of the tech for customers themselves. So a lot more of the outage map is much more sophisticated, even though part of the lessons learned, there's still limitations for customers which cause confusion and frustration to many of the customers in this PSPS event. So there's still a lot of work to do.
Just Sorry, I'm gonna take all of your time, but I do hear colleagues regularly from the fire chief of Clear Creek Fire Authority about access to those cameras that were referenced. Just want to thank you publicly for giving access to the fire department to those cameras. It's a really great tool, and we love being able to look at that stuff.
I get the notifications myself, and it's really interesting to see what they pick up, like all kinds of smoke. The AI can kind of verify what kind of smoke it's seeing and then notify first responders, our team immediately. So there's been a number of good case studies along the Front Range where they have found fires. Counties were able to send out a helicopter. Meanwhile, the crews that were actually going, it took them hours to get to that remote site after a lightning strike. So super helpful. It's a big benefit for everybody. And so the goal is, I think this year, they've added over 80 cameras, and we still have, I think the goal is about 112, 120 statewide. They're really critical places where not everybody has visibility on our power lines for a public benefit. Next slide. Let's go to the next slide. I think a big point of this slide right here is part of this is all the investments we can make into the operations itself. How do we operate the system? The kind of technology that's being added, the poles and wires themselves, everything's a lot smarter, but a key part of that is the community and having good relationships with the community and making sure that we have partnerships that can help educate customers about what we're doing, about emergencies, but also nonprofits as well that we can activate, like the American Red Cross. In times of situations, we were able to put a Red Cross charging center in Black Hawk. That's where I was that Friday, Idaho Springs, and Evergreen. And we worked with Jeffco, I think one day in Golden. So a really good place for families were able to come in, take showers if they didn't have hot water. Little kids were there to kind of charge their phones, get their batteries. I mean, it was at the high school, so it's very comfortable. We had food, snacks, like waters, all the things. So it was really good to see kind of that community partnership and have people able to utilize those resources. And they had
That was Evergreen High School?
Evergreen, Black Hawk, and Idaho Springs.
Okay.
So a lot of the Clear Creek area, Gilpin, and the hardest hitting Evergreen. So we had a number of staff there as well. So if they had questions about even their bills that weren't related to PSPS, we were able to help them right then and there.
That's awesome.
So really good opportunity. Next slide. Okay, so you got it. I'm sorry. Let's stay there for 1 sec. This is how our operations team views wildfire risk. And this kind of comes from all the way to the communications part, which is probably one of the most important pieces, to PSPS, the power shutoff itself, EPSS, operational safety settings, vegetation management, undergrounding and hardening the system itself, and then also the tools and resources. And so the goal for the wildfire mitigation plan, especially the first year, was really to really invest as much as possible in each of these buckets in the highest risk areas. So we knew where a lot of the poles were that needed work and to rebuild the system. But also making sure that when we do EPSS, it's much more targeted. And just for awareness, today, the winds are pretty windy. There is wildfire risk today, even though we just had some snow. It's not PSPS territory, but certainly there's enough risk around the system to where we are operating at EPSS. So next slide, if you don't mind, to help us walk through EPSS. This is a day-to-day, I guess this is a picture of the entire system. This is how our team kind of views how all the mitigation plays into the entire holistic system, from transmission to substations to poles and wires. So an easy graphic for customers to view. Next slide, if you don't mind. Here's a lot of the work that we did in 24. This is right before the wildfire mitigation plan. I did just get some updated numbers from last year. And so they're trying to kind of create an official slide that we can share with everybody, but really just showing you the scale of how much work the team is doing to rebuild the system, identifying the repairs, and then layering in the vegetation management, with the regular trimmings every year in highest risk areas. That's every 3 years, to even just making sure that our teams are, I think it's every year or two, using drones and LiDAR technology to continue to monitor the system to see if there's any other, integrity issues on the system. So really the kind of more proactive work besides the reactive rebuild.
No, I'm so glad you replaced all the poles in our neighborhood last year.
Right.
2024, before the events of last year.
Mm-hmm.
That was very proactive. Thank you.
Well, that's our cruise, and it's a lot of work. The cities and towns, they deal with it the most. It's very impactful. Replacing poles and wires creates outages. To do that work safely, we have to create an outage, which impacts people, and it can be disruptive, but it's necessary. And so we do a lot of close work with cities to make sure we can get the permits needed to do the work, to operate in the right of ways, to cut the trees, to our new clearance standards. So it's a lot. There's a big part of the community.
No, I mean, the helicopters were impressive, bringing poles in.
I came out here for Georgetown this summer, and there was transmission work along 70. You can see the guys being flown in on helicopters on the bottom of a string down here. Not to mention our Cabin Creek folk. We have a hydro plant up here on top of the mountain. They were doing work in town, and then of course I was doing work with the town administrator. So it was just a lot of Excel for one small city. So it's very impactful, and we work very hard to make sure we have a very good relationship with the city in particular. There's a lot going on. And so we know it can be very disruptive. We've had outages before, especially this summer during the, when the trees were, at peak yellow time.
Oh, September.
Yes. And we had a nice outage, right? The perfect weekend for them. So I was on the phone every 15 minutes with the town administrator, trying to get the operations crew in there. Of course, they ran into traffic coming from Denver, Floyd Hill, but it's just the kind of reality of operating a system in the mountains.
I'm curious, and I know how hard communication is. We have heard a fair amount about people being surprised by these planned outages. I'm not talking about the PSPS. I'm talking about, when you do pole replacement.
Yeah.
Are there plans to work with your contractor to improve communication? I know, like, for example, we had a barbecue place in Idaho Springs lose a bunch of product. I'm sure you heard about that. That was kind of a poignant moment for Idaho Springs, but we've also heard it in Georgetown. What plans do you have to work with your contractor to make sure, especially the business community, people that rely on oxygen concentrators, et cetera, are aware and can plan?
Sure. So for planned outages in particular, you have our contractor will pull a list of folks who are on a residential, and then it'll notify like, hey, these residential people, a few of them are critical customers that they've registered with us. They need to make sure that their phone number and email is even associated with that account, because sometimes a lot of customers just don't share that with us. We can get them a bill by mail to the address, but sometimes they really just don't feel comfortable, perhaps, phone number or email. So without that information, it's very difficult for us to communicate. I guess some technical, want to get in the weeds. I think if there's a 10-person or less outage, or that affects 10 people or less, they don't do reverse 911 calls anymore just for budgeting. They did earlier in the year, but of course, like everybody else, we all have to maintain budgets. Any outage over 10 people, those customers at least 48 hours in advance get an automatic voicemail. Again, not everybody listens to it. They get an email. Some people don't check it, or maybe it goes to spam. But really what we can do is I'll get notified. I alert the local city, where it's incorporated, the county. And then we have our other team, my account manager, who will reach out to the businesses that have an account managed rep and just give them a heads up if it's Starbucks or McDonald's. They should be notifying the businesses. So barbecue restaurant should have known. But it's possible.
But it's not always exactly accurate. So we got notified of the December 17th power outage, that it would be out like 10 a.m. to 3:45. We're like, oh, okay, we don't need to do anything. And then suddenly that got extended, and then we didn't get power till like the following Monday. And this is on the unincorporated Evergreen side of Clear Creek.
Got it.
So I think, had we known it could be, so maybe they need to use more weasel words, like we are hoping to get it back. However, it could be 24 hours or more. Then we would have filled up water and, out to Big R or wherever had power to charge up everything. So that was our only frustration. We absolutely supported the power outage because we know how dangerous it was. But
completely noted. on communications can always change, should always change. That was our big takeaway. The governor's letter during the event made that very clear. Customers deserve to know when their powers will be restored.
Okay.
And
Or at least
all
it could, or how long it could be out.
yes.
Yeah.
I used to work on the PR team doing the news releases. And so this is still very new for us. We do have a plan. The news release itself, which of course not everybody's going to read unless you're media, they might read it. They do try to make it as clear as possible that this is happening at this time. The PSPS itself will probably end around Y time, but you should know power may not be restored until most of the time we don't even know.
That was the part we didn't get. We had power restored 3:45.
Right.
It was like, oh, fine, we
So,
can handle that.
All the layers of communication from the text messages to the emails to all the things we did, any way we could possibly communicate with all customers. We did even social media. I'll be certain to, bring that feedback back to make it clear that, hey, this could be a multi-day outage.
Right.
From what I'm aware, from all the messaging I emailed everybody, I tried to make that as clear as possible to expect really the worst.
Okay.
And, how do you do that without really scaring a lot of people at the same time? So you're trying to balance it. You don't want to create a run on United Rentals or generators, or we just don't want to panic anybody. That's why our communications plan is built out to 72 hours in advance. So as best as the plan works, things happen. And there was a lot of damage in the Evergreen area and the Bergen area. It was, I think, remarkable that, Idaho Springs and Blackhawk and Clear Creek and Georgetown were able to get power back that Saturday afternoon.
Right. Yeah, no, we did better out here than we did in my neighborhood. I mean, we had a 66.5-foot tree come down the middle of our yard.
And so that's where the winds came right down into the hill area. And so we are carrying 50-foot those new poles, shiny new big poles that are probably very heavy, especially carrying them 5 miles into the mountains to cut the other one down, put the new one in, and then hang all the equipment, make sure it's all working. So that's really what took a long time. And so it's very difficult to try to help explain that to customers. But again, we're going to do our best. We're incorporating from the communication side. We have people with cameras, professional folks in-house now who can help visualize what we saw. And I've got some pictures in here too of like this kind of damage we saw onto power lines. So helps tell the story. It's not very helpful in the moment.
Just a quick comment. I wonder if there may be a role for the county government. You talked about critical customers with critical needs, right? You got an oxygen concentrator. It's helpful for you all to know. We have a EMS service that does community paramedicine. We have a communications professional sitting right here. And I wonder if, I think there's likely a role for the county in helping make sure that you all know where these customers are. Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
You already have a registry, right?
Yes.
Registered that.
That's right. So last year we began, we have this map and we give the county OEMs access to these maps, which can show if, once they sign an NDA, we can show them exactly where our infrastructure is that we can't share publicly, where the PSPS is. And then the idea is to populate it with, exactly where these critical customers are. So wastewater plant, all the hospitals. We have our own definition that the PUC approved for what that critical customer is, but we're able to work with the counties and the cities if they have an OEM staff to kind of make sure that we're capturing both of that data. It just takes a little time for the county and us to go through that. But we have, again, 2 new staff members who are doing that. And I'm not sure where the county with Clear Creek is in that, but I know that they're working on it. Tiernan, she was on it. She was updating your OEMs throughout, I think, twice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Clarissa was great. She was
Yes, she was fantastic.
briefing all of us too. So, yeah.
So we were able to give that mapping data. We'll eventually be able to plot where those critical customers are in that map.
Is a individual in a home that uses an oxygen concentrator or like has to have insulin frozen, does that meet the definition of critical customer?
We don't want our insulin frozen.
Oh, well, yeah, sorry.
So I don't think those customers will appear on that map. It may be too much for OEMs. They do, it kind of gets a little wonky here. It's not the best system. For what we can make available to customers is we could be notified that a customer has to register with us, that they are a medical customer. But they have to do it, and this is where, the system can improve. I think they have to do it re-up every so often. I think it has to be mailed in and maybe not emailed in. And they have to get a signed letter from their physician. So there's a couple extra steps that would make it accessibility more difficult for a customer to do so.
Yeah, our fire,
But they do get special emails in the very earliest. When they do, they get emails and notifications at the very earliest point of a possible PSPS. Most customers don't get that email or notification until 48 hours out.
okay. Yeah, our fire and rescue in Evergreen, they have a list of people and you can register and they will bring out canisters of oxygen if, the electricity is going to be off for too long.
Right.
I'm assuming that CC Fire Authority does the same.
Yeah, I hope so. And I think, the more integration, the better.
Or EMS or whatever.
One of the things that I'm curious about is like, I noticed in Idaho Springs, when the power was out, I lost cell service. I think we had, and I know that's not, the communications towers are not your infrastructure. But one of the things that I became concerned with is if someone has an emergency, how do we even know? How do they even call in? And I've asked this of our local responders too, and I look forward to getting an after action report. I worry about their ability to communicate with each other, to have situational awareness on the ground. And so like, what is Excel's approach to that? Like, does Excel see a need to make investments to help the community be more resilient to these PSPS events? Is that like our local taxpayers be considering their own tax rates to be able to make these investments, or what's your take on that?
So part of the partnerships and community aspect of the wildfire mitigation plan is to make sure that we're having these conversations with every level of government, with nonprofits, all the community organizers, to make sure customers are at least more aware that an outage can happen. They should expect an outage. They should be expecting 72+ hour outage at some point and really asking themselves, are they prepared? And these are conversations we've had with the county, the first PSPS in 24. Boulder, we had 62,000 people out. I think people weren't, restored until 4 days after, including the governor. And it was a big exercise for everybody involved because there were concerns with the wastewater treatment facility in Boulder, where our team scrambled, worked with them, with the city to make sure that we could re-energize that one power line, even though it was in the PSPS area and it was very high risk. We were able to make sure crews were patrolling that line at all times with the fire team to make sure that plant stayed on, because they're backup. And this is part of the issue, is that even though you might have a generator, it needs to work. You need to make sure you can get the diesel or the fuel source to make sure that it's able to run for 72 hours or whenever you need heat, or if it's cold, or just if you need power. And so that's making sure that that was really kind of an exercise for everybody at every level to make sure that they can, validate they do have backup and it will survive 72 hours. We have a plan in place. And so that exercise is something that we can help with. I don't know if we can make those investments into, besides overall system reliability, but our teams are able to communicate better. We know who these customers are now. We have a blueprint in place to make sure that we are having conversations and giving them enough heads up before an event takes place. So before the December 17th event, the initial scoping for this event wasn't just the 60,000 people along the Front Range. It included all the way out to 25. Westminster, all of Westminster, Arvada, I think down up to about Littleton, they were all.
And that's because of what meteorologists were advising you, or?
Yeah, and part of the investments, we've been able to invest a huge amount of money into staff that are all meteorologists, fire trained, fire scientist types. We, by far and away, have the most sophisticated wildfire science system in the state today.
Right.
That's because, we operate a risky system that can create that risk for customers. And they are able to kind of pinpoint where, as the system gets better, we add all the tech, which will take time. We're going to be able to kind of more detailed, create smaller, get more specific with the wind fire risk. be able to segment the line a little more. And part of that, it's going to take time, but it's going to create smaller PSPS zones. That's the hope. It'll allow for faster restore times because our crews are going to be able to know exactly where it is, figure out the feeders that were impacted. And so again, customers don't like to hear this, but the more and more we do this, the better we're going to get. And so the takeaway here from this event is that while it did take customers a long time, the overall, I think, criticism from everybody has been the communications. It was frustrating. I can get into that in a second, but really that comes down to the outage map, its technical capability of providing automated responses for customers. Like if a car hit a pole today, it hits the area. If you're registered on, if you're on that feeder that gets impacted, you get an email. Operations kind of approves when they think it might be restored. It's kind of a guess. It's not perfect. That automated text doesn't incorporate all the layers of back work on the back end during a PSPS event. Meteorologists have to kind of, before we restore a feeder that was put out in a PSPS, they have to make sure that each segment
Doesn't
no
have
longer
tree on it.
needs-
but even before that, we have to make sure that the conditions, like humidity, relative humidity, is at a high enough level to where it's not in a PSPS risk area. The winds aren't high enough in that area to be considered for a PSPS. So as long as it's no longer risky to re-energize the system, then the crews can actually go out, patrol. Part of these investments, they can now use drones, which we're kind of adding everywhere because they really help in hard to reach places, and then fix whatever they find. And that could be a lot of work. The feeder design, that's part of the kind of question today. And I think that was my takeaway from meeting with the Central City last week, is a lot of the cities are asking, what's the redundancy power? Can we build other ways to kind of another feeder that comes in through the north part of town? And it comes to a really tough question of it's very, very expensive to do that. You guys might already have redundant power. Problem is you guys, it's a smaller city. It's all included in the PSPS wildfire risk zone. The winds are hitting everybody. The conditions have been met for a PSPS. We couldn't operate it even if there was something coming from the north.
So I just,
And transmission is obviously a nightmare for siting and land rights. So you can't just build wherever you want.
so I just want to make sure that I'm hearing your answer to my question correctly. Excel does, when it comes to communications towers, power for emergency shelters, or even helping customers who rely on electricity for their medical needs, Excel does not have any planned investments in any of those arenas.
The PUC did approve, and I'm not sure when this is happening. Thank you for bringing me back to earth for that. There is going to be a rebate program. I don't think it's live yet. It's with our marketing team who's supposed to launch this soon. It was supposed to be launched by the beginning of this year. It's a rebate program, I believe, for batteries for medical customers in wildfire risk areas. So I'm not sure, again, what that includes, how they apply, what they need to apply to get that rebate. But otherwise, it would be money. Again, I don't know how much, the number they're coming up with, that we will help invest, pay down, or offer cash if they buy from install in their home with certain requirements. It's got to be a contractor that we approve that does work with us. It's got to be installed correctly. It's got to be safe. There's a number of questions, but there will be a rebate program soon that should help. Again, from what I understand, I don't think there's a ton of money budgeted for that program. And we get that guidance from the PUC. So while that program might be available, it may not be as large as we all think. I don't think every customer who might fit that criteria would be able to apply and get that rebate just because there may not be enough dollars available.
And then with respect to the public infrastructure that's not yours,
sorry,
it's like we're
cell phone towers.
Right, we got to figure out how to back up cell phone towers and get power to emergency shelters. That's all. None of that is in Excel's plan.
Correct. We can help those conversations. We get help in every step of the way to provide assistance. I don't think that we're providing any direct investment into counties and cities to help afford their backup.
Right. So it sounds like the technology is getting better to anticipate. I've lived here 34 years almost, and we are finally, getting a generator, a whole house generator, because of this event. And it seems like the technology is such that you are better at shutting down things than you were. You can kind of pinpoint areas. It sounds like we're in a wind zone that if we do have high winds again, it could happen again. It's not, you know, a one and done event. So are you recommending people get generators and,
I think implicitly I'm asking that when I ask customers, are you ready for a 72-hour plus outage?
right?
Part of that
That's a good
solution,
question. Okay.
you know, could be getting a generator if you could afford it. They're not cheap. Depending on, you know, if you want your entire home, all the electricity coming from the generator, that's very expensive. If you're asking to kind of, you know, it could be a couple neighbors coming together or families saying, hey, pull in for one generator. Let's bring all your freezer food. Let's use one freezer. That works. So it's really kind of pushing a conversation for communities to become closer, I think. And again, part of that community aspect from us, what we can do is work with the smaller community centers and help them find ways for maybe to help find sponsorship opportunities with them so that they can maybe help afford a generator. I was in Indian Hills last weekend doing the awesome pancake breakfast and talking to everybody. And I mean, everybody was an engineer. They were all super smart. I mean, it was great. Loved it. And so we're trying to find a way to kind of find some sort of sponsorship dollars for this nonprofit so that they, you know, it's a small community. They don't have the city advocating on their behalf. They're a nonprofit. They're not sure what to do. They just want to make pancakes and you know, do what they do. But they want to be a center where people can stay warm. They want to use the restroom. They can charge their phones, have Wi-Fi. And so again, what we can try to do is work with these communities and find these nonprofits where they're weak links in the chain, where people can come instead of buying everybody's generator.
Right.
Perhaps we could help if, you know, the community center where it could help 50 to 100, 150 people, the people who know the community better than us. To me, that's personally what I would like to see us do more of. And there's always opportunity to improve.
I support that. I think that's a great idea.
So, and it was kind of, you know, the conversation with all the engineers in the room getting the pancakes. It's kind of like, well, I mean, would you guys help if we could figure out like a match campaign or something?
Right.
You guys would want to do. I mean, do you guys see value in having a generator here too? And that's asking the local business folks, residents, is that something they could chip into if they wanted
Right.
to support their nonprofit?
Yep.
So, sorry.
So the technology is such that it's easier to pinpoint and to shut off power.
Correct.
You don't have to have a guy climbing up the pole to manually turn off anything.
Correct.
And so the communities, we need to band together to figure out how to, and not just all descend on Colton's house for your power and water.
I mean, I just like, I'll just share, I have mixed opinions about whether it's a neighborhood solution or not. We have a metro area that is a massive ratepayer. We're experiencing public safety power shutoffs up here because of the risk of a wildfire that, I mean, and we could have had a fire start here and burn down Pueblo, it felt like, right? So I understand why, but I have equity concerns about the idea that we need to band together, buy generators in our neighborhoods. I think I tend to support more societal solutions like let's talk to the PUC. Let's make sure that their rates are right so that we can make these investments as a community, as a society in resilience. You know, if Clear Creek County had a handful of shelters around the county, that to me sounds like a better answer than telling people one way, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but what I hear, another way to phrase what you said is y'all are on your own. And what I know is that generators are really, really hard to run. They're hard to start when they are in good shape. Internal combustion engines, when they don't run for a long time, don't like to start. Diesel fuel is not stable and doesn't last for a long time. And when the power goes out, so do the pump. And so I'm very interested in us trying to come up with a collective solution to this rather than say, hey, you know, you 5 homes, we sure hope that one of you is an engineer or a mechanic, because we can just do better than that, right? It's the 21st century and we're a modern country. So, sorry for my rant. But
Hear you loud and clear. And that is, I think, the big conversation, the policy part of the conversation is what do we do in the future? Are we doing enough? And that is what our regulatory team is having with the PUC. They give us guidance on how much we're allowed to budget for those products or solutions to help customers prepare for the next outage. So that maybe they're not using a gas generator, maybe there's a battery generator. Again, we all know that there are solutions. I don't want to speculate on the PUC or the staff and all the stakeholders who are involved. Very smart people. But again, the more you add on to the PUC, the more rates go up. So I know there's going to be a cost aspect to this. And so what can I do today as a community affairs manager in West Metro? Try to help explain what's going on at the PUC for the longer term solution stuff, what we're doing today, and then how customers having that hard conversation. What can you do to be prepared? And that's really all I can do.
I like the Indian Hills Community Center banding together to have a generator where, 150 people in the neighborhood can come.
Right.
That makes sense. Maybe just the 5 houses is more difficult, but
it's just challenging as you go from neighborhood to neighborhood. You have some
Yeah.
neighborhoods with the financial capacity and the technical expertise to figure it out.
And the
then
space
you have
in
other
general.
Neighborhoods that, in the space, you have other neighborhoods that need support, right? That don't have there are neighborhoods in Clear Creek County that if you get 10 people together or 50 people together and you say, okay, how much money do you have in your bank account? It doesn't sum to enough to buy a generator. It's just, that's just what it
well,
looks
that's why
like.
we had the roundabout to take them down to warming centers and charging centers, but yeah, it's not ideal
It's-
unless we could come together as a county to have charging center at, the rec center or something with a roundabout taking people to that.
Yeah. So anyway, I know you're not going to solve this problem. I'm just sharing what my opinion is about what it would look like for us to make sure that the next time this happens.
As a takeaway for myself, especially hearing from this feedback, as our team is already preparing for the next wildfire mitigation.
Right.
If you could believe it.
Yep.
Part of, I think, the conversation we learned, what are the lessons learned is how are we supporting the businesses themselves? We have some products for residents, hasn't even come out yet, but focusing on the businesses themselves, what we heard from Central City and Blackhawk already and Idaho Springs is that was a big weekend for them for sales. These are mom and pop stores. How do we support those businesses as well? And having that conversation with the PUC. That's certainly a takeaway. And then if there is an opportunity, there's always an opportunity for the county to vocalize support or what they would like to see out of the next wildfire mitigation plan. That's something that I'm always happy to communicate with your staff.
I have one last issue,
Sure.
which came up from a neighbor. He has solar panels all over his house, but they do not supply him directly. They have to sync with Xcel Energy's power, and he kind of sells power back to Xcel, but he can't use his solar panels to power his house. And it would be interesting if you could have some sort of switch where in a power outage, he could use his power he's generating.
So what he can do, the tech is available. Again,
Oh, okay.
not a cheap
Oh,
alternative, but it's available and we do have rebates for them.
okay.
Are battery storage. So think power walls. They're expensive. And I think we do have some significant rebates because we love it, because that means if we can interconnect, we'll offer you a rebate. And I think it's about like $1,500.
Okay.
So it's a big rebate of all the rebates. It's either like a couple $100.
Is that the goal to get more people that have solar on batteries? Because I know some are in contracts,
It helps.
your contracts that you can't change the system for that 20 years.
That depends on the solar company that installed your solar panels. I don't know how that works and then how we can interconnect if they add a battery later after the.
It would be just a contract through Xcel Energy. That is the
So
one.
if that's the case, then I know that we have part of the rebate program. You got to use a contractor that is approved by us. But I know that there is an avenue to add.
So you can just
storage.
change the contract then.
You have to work with our solar residential team.
Okay, so Excel.
Absolutely a solution. Great. That's part of, I think, the PUC's strategy for kind of, instead of building power plants, can everybody kind of create their own energy? Can the utility tap into it at high peak periods, just overall, but also for wildfire? That battery will give you power throughout an outage. I just don't know how long. Depends how many devices are on your home. It gets really nuanced very quickly.
So you talked about private losses. I had some questions for you about that.
Yes.
Do you have any information right now about like how many claims, like, so private losses are reimbursable, right? I think that's in regulation, right? That if a business loses power and then loses product or loses sales, is that reimbursable?
This is probably the hardest part of the PSPS and power outages in general. We not approve or provide, we do not cover claims as a result of an outage, PSPS or otherwise. That's in our tariff. Again, that's part of, I'd imagine our state legislature is going to have a look at as they're in session. This could be an opportunity for the PUC for the future wildfire mitigation plan and our other decisions. But as of right now, we do not pick up those claims.
So I heard there was some stuff going around. I thought there was some communication about something that people could file for. Was I just seeing a rumor or was I seeing false?
No, it was this is something that Golden City Manager and I worked on. I drafted a letter, got our claims team to approve it, but really all it does, the letter confirming whether you were a part of the PSPS, were you one of the customers or were you a customer that was impacted by the weather itself? There's a difference and that's hard to communicate. But again, we don't know how successful it is. Will their own insurance claims cover that if you're PSPS or not? The idea is really just to offer a little more support to help distinguish whether you were or were not, and maybe that would support somebody or a business's claim to their own insurance company.
Okay. There was some hope that what people were registering for was some reimbursement, but we'll see how that plays out. So then, and am I just completely high? Do you have other slides or should I just?
Yeah, no,
She's got 37.
Yeah, no, we can roll through whatever you guys are
I have
really interested in.
questions. I'm just hoping we can get through this and
Yeah.
Next one.
maybe answer some of them.
Next one. Next one. Next one. Here you go. This is a good one. If I can make one quick point versus a PSPS versus EPSS. This is operational risk day to day. PSPS is the last resort where all the criteria fit. Wind speeds, fuel humidity, and I'm missing the last one. Very specific criteria, last resort, huge impact on people. EPSS also has impacts on people. This is the day-to-day operational where people feel the outages for any reason at all. If the weather criteria are not as significant enough to risk a system for a PSPS. If there is mild risk on the system, we'll place with operations criteria, we'll place the area in EPSS. And basically what that does is if something happens, a stick or something gets blown into the wire, the line will not try to retrip itself. It'll stay offline immediately. The problem is it's great for wildfire risk. It's not great for community impacts because that line will stay de-energized until the crew can manually or visually look at the entire line to make sure it's safe to re-energize power. So that takes time. Again, the system's getting smarter. So where we're able to segment the line a little more. So maybe, a couple homes are impacted versus, maybe an entire feeder. We can use drones to help patrol instead of having somebody walk the entire line. But this is an important impact because you're feeling this everywhere. For reference, I think most of Summit County all the way out to the Eastern Plains today, we're all in EPSS today. So if something happens to a power line, something blows into it, you'll be out until our crews can visually inspect and restore power. And customers will feel that more because it's not the system back in the day when you weren't as worried about wildfire risk, it would retrip automatically. So some of the times like a tree would get burned off from the power line itself. And then it was like, okay, great. It'll retrip 3 times. Power is good. People have power and it's like a second that you might feel an outage. Now it could be like an hour and a half. Depends how fast we can check the lines. So it's just more of a day-to-day disruption. And that's what we're really concerned about. As a company, operations team, it really impacts sentiment for how well we're doing as a company to provide that service. It's hard to explain that this is a safety operations tool for wildfire.
Just speaking for myself and my community, safety is important. I mean, we all saw, the Marshall Fire, and we want, and those winds were ferocious. So, and we went up to Summit County during that event, and there were trees down all over there too. So, it's not just a small little area. And as George said, we don't want those, winds whipping fire down the front range and, being uncontrollable. So.
Right. If you want to go into the next slide, I think this is a visual graph of how we are the team's criteria to determine whether the weather is going to be in a PSPS criteria where we have to start notifying and prepare people versus EPSS where people don't get direct communication. It just kind of happens. It's part of the new reality of operating a system in high risk areas. And so you see that, let's see, dry fuels, you've got the winds, the ignition potential. And so part of like our team, their meteorologists will look at the panel cameras and actually look at the fuel on the ground. They can see, we have localized weather stations and we're trying to do as many values as possible because the weather can be very different in certain areas, helps exclude communities from PSPS who don't need to be in it versus, at least gives us hyper-local data to pull from. And that's, I think, information that we could be sharing publicly as well. So it's, again, another part of that. We're making smarter investments to help determine where the PSPS is going to be drawn. I guess next slide. And Commissioner, I know you have questions, so I'm just rolling through my slide, but please stop me if.
No, I wanted to wait till the end, so.
Okay.
I'd rather the presentation.
Sounds good.
Strategy.
This is really high level of the communications blueprint. Starting 72 hours, there are multiple stages. And then the kind of, during restoration, what happens with customers. This is clearly from the very first PSPS communications. It just has to get better. It will get better. We have a very good blueprint. We can show the communications from this last event. It went out to from social media to every channel you can imagine. We tried to get in people's inboxes, alert them that this was coming, give the critical customers the most heads up possible to either find backup or, get out of the PSPS if possible. And this will always probably be the pain point in a PSPS outage, will be the communications aspect. Next slide. Let's see this one. So I got these screenshots. I can barely see here. But you can see some of the wind gusts throughout the Friday, December 19th outage. And so, you're seeing a lot of communities were like, hey, can you turn the power back on? We have a casino to run. This is a big business and it's a big deal if we're out of power, or a hotel. We're only getting winds that we normally feel. Why are we still out of power? It just seems like a normal day. The data shows that we had significant winds all the way through Clear Creek here, 60 mile an hour, 70 mile an hour, 55 even. And really while the winds weren't as intense there, the fuel humidity was extremely low. I mean, you're talking single digits. And that's where one spark goes. A 50 mile an hour wind can take that. And then it kind of starts to get more, the risk team starts to look at, well, what kind of fuels are in that area based on state maps? What kind of grasses? Are we talking the trees? So you're really trying to have as much of an informed decision on a PSPS as possible based on the data. Next slide, if you don't mind. So just for reference, we all know the National Weather Service red flag warnings. They're looking at the same kind of data, relative humidity of 15% or less. So things can burn quickly. Sustained winds of 25 mile an hour or greater. So, we were seeing 50 mile an hour winds in Clear Creek at the lowest. For our criteria for a PSPS event is much more stringent. It has to fit the criteria that the PUC approved. And wind speeds need to be, based on historic winds of 99th percentile. So the highest winds we've, based on historical data we've seen in an area. Very low relative humidity, and then fuel moisture, vegetation moisture as well. So the team's constantly tracking all three of those in each area to determine if you're going to be in a PSPS or not. Also, they're looking at, and this is what I try and encourage local municipalities is, please let us do the work in your community to upgrade the system, because our team incorporates how recently the infrastructure was upgraded as part of that risk, right? Do you have the biggest poles, tall poles, or your wires off the ground? How likely are trees to blow in your system? It does play a role in excluding your community from a PSPS. So it's important to really communicate that from my perspective. Next slide. This was the communications timeline. Lots of communications. It was our first filing with the PUC of the event recap. Believe it or not, our team is still trying to collect as much information so the PUC conduct oversight into how we performed on the event. But the communications timeline was the first thing we were able to file publicly. And overall, while there is a lot of work that we need to do, clearly, our communications playbook worked. We were able to get out a ton of communications at every one of the stages that we've identified when customers should be notified. And, we've gotten really good feedback from even my communications with government officials throughout the event on trying to give them as much info as possible, from the OEM daily calls, even to the corporate communications team. All right, next 2 slides. So here's some images. In Golden, they've got some significant wins too. Evergreen, I think, had the most, but I think Boulder was the number one. They had like over 110 mile an hour in some area winds. So those are hurricane winds. I'm from Florida originally, so those are pretty scary. But you could see the significant damage. In Golden, poles completely collapsed, wires everywhere. And one piece of info that I think is really important is each utility, it's a judgment call really, right? Based on your criteria and your team and blueprint. Our Greg Demo, who was the OEM in, I think, Gilpin, he let us know that United Works north of us, they left their power on and there were multiple lines down that created fires just north of town. Some of the feedback we got from Evergreen Fire and Rescue is that because they knew our lines were de-energized, they didn't have to respond or send resources to each of the 80+ phone calls they got from customers saying fires were down. Normally they do have to respond to that, so do our teams. But because of this event, they knew that they didn't have to respond, so that they can preserve resources in case there's a medical emergency, something that they really must go to. So from their perspective, it was very helpful for not only wildfire risk, but also managing resources at the local level. So again, while things can blow into power lines can blow off the poles, and fires can start. And that is really the PSPS is the last resort to make sure our system is safe for not only our equipment, but also for the communities we operate in. We all live here. We all pay the bills too. Next slide. Here's a pretty good recap of what we saw from damages from our own operations team. So the most damage we knew was in Boulder and Evergreen. Boulder had 35% of the spend. Evergreen had 25.5% of the spend. Most of it was on poles. Something was damaged. It didn't have the integrity, so it needed to be replaced. Fuses, the electric equipment, power cables themselves, if they were broken, things damaged the power cables. This was all kind of the supplies that our team, it just offers a really good snapshot of the kind of damages we saw based on this one storm. Next slide. This is what our team prepared, and the goal of this, there's a lot going on here, but this was probably one of the most intense events that we had as a utility company based on damages compared to all the other events we've had before.
Do your meteorologists say this was like once in a decade or once in 100-year event, or are they saying this is the new normal?
I don't know if they're saying that publicly. I don't know how they kind of compare one event to another. I think they're thinking through an operational lens of there's something coming. It's not looking good. We need to start scoping immediately. What does the system look like in that area? How much do we have to scope out? Who's going to be impacted? And then what's restoration going to look like?
For what it's worth, I'll just share my opinion that this is a climate impact, right? 100-year storm. We used to design our road systems for 50-year storms, and we're seeing those 50-year storms happen every 5 years. And so, like, I that's my answer to that question, is that this is we live in until we figure out how to abate climate change.
Thank you.
And even with today's weather, I mean, we're didn't get much snow last day or two. And so we're in a really dry climate right now. And how long we've been dry also plays into how we operate the electric system. So the weather, I mean, really is a big determinant in how we provide electricity.
Yep.
Next slide. And I think we've covered most of this for the kind of the after action plan. One of the interesting things I think we have to figure out is we couldn't communicate to tenants. Only property owners have an Excel account to register their emails, unless the tenant provides that. But if the landlord covers, it's all inclusive, they cover electric and gas bills, we can't communicate to that tenant. We don't have their information. So we have to try to find a way to accommodate those customers as well. Non-account holders.
Wow.
So, I mean, every time this happens, we're learning something new, right? And so we now have the bandwidth and the capacity and the team, make sure we can try to address these as best as possible.
Peter, is it legal for them to reach out to county clerks or county treasurer to send out notification to all of the, the voter registration rolls or the people who pay, income taxes in the county, because we know where they live. And if they're in a big apartment complex where only the landowner gets info from Excel, can we be a conduit to send information out to them?
So in terms of the legal parameters of Excel taking action, that's entirely up to their legal counsel.
Right.
Can't answer that.
No, that's what I'm saying. They can tell the landlords, but I mean, as opposed to relying on a landlord to tell people, do we have any?
Only to the extent that information is public record, would we be able to provide that information. And mostly any type of personal identifying information, including emails, telephone numbers, is typically something we would consider exempt from disclosure.
Well, not disclosing to them, but if they alert us, can we send out something?
The sheriff's office, as far as I understand it, does those emergency alerts. I forget what the system is called. Lookout alert.
It's an opt-in system as well.
We also posted, I know the sheriff's office and myself posted on all of our social medias. I sent out a text alert. It was on our county website. We sent out alerts. So we tried to help as much as you can. So if people want these, they gotta opt
In contact with you.
Yeah.
and The sheriff, obviously.
That's where the local groups, I think, came in too, because when we saw those, then we spread those to our local groups. So it went to St. Mary's, Georgetown, Idaho Springs, and then I feel like when I went to the trailer park after to find out what had happened, because they have smaller refrigerators, and I wanted to know, did they have all the food wasted? And I sent out notifications to my neighborhood, and I was surprised at how well most people accepted what, I had said. And I put immediately to prepare this through Friday. I just wanted people to not think it's going to come back in a couple of hours. And that's exactly what happened. So they ate up their food that was in the fridge the night before. Maybe they would have went to the store that day or something, and they didn't. So I don't know of anybody in my neighborhood that had food wasted.
Good.
Just because they were prepared from our county, sharing that information. Clarissa put it out, and I think Jenny had posted something, and then Megan.
So it sounds like if you contact your owners, landowners, and then also the county OEM, that we have the resources to reach out to more people.
And were you guys on the updates as well, or? Cause I attended.
I got them because I'm a commissioner from Clarissa.
Okay, but did you get them from Excel Energy? Cause I signed up, I did that class
we-
in the summer with this, what was happening,
I
which is
got-
exactly what.
I got a whole bunch of updates once the power was restored and and there was communication back in the area.
Yeah, see, we
Well,
also.
see, that's just it. The cell phones, the, you know,
Huge problem.
landlines work if you don't have a walk around landline, if
Well,
you have a connected
I went to Idaho
landline.
Springs and I had no cell phone service, no internet, no nothing. Now in Dumont, we lost our landlines, which was,
Oh,
I keep a landline just for that reason, and we didn't have landlines either.
even for phones that are directly connected to the
Yep.
phone line?
Yeah, because
They
I
use the
took it
power.
off the power, plus I had power because of my situation, but we didn't have a landline, so, but I did have cell phone, so if I go into Idaho Springs, I would lose my cell phone, so going and checking on people in Idaho Springs is what we did, you know, to see if they needed some, because you couldn't just call them on the phone.
Right.
And so I'm not sure what happened with the landline.
I do think that this could be like the kinds of solutions here that might be legislative are like, what if our DMV office could have an opt-in when you get your driver's license to say, check a box, you know, in addition to donating my organs, I want my contact information to make it onto an emergency contact list. Like we can make it easier.
And
as government. We do
CPW.
have your
Oh, as
information.
opposed to affirmatively sign up for Lookout
Right.
Alert. Yeah.
Right, like it's so, I know that's not what, like, we're here, but these are the kinds of things that I think
That we could help
living
with.
in this climate-driven disaster world, it's gonna start to necessitate.
I think it's our infrastructure more than most is very sensitive to it too. Because like part of the cell tower problems just was the fact that we don't have any redundancy, right? So one generator goes down on one and you just don't have cell coverage anymore. Not there's a third tower or a second tower like you do in a lot of places with better geography for towers. We have one mountain that can take one tower and that's it. And that's the only tower because there's no other place to build towers. So that's part of the reason why we know countywide we can do a better job on our towers. We are committed to that. This event did show some issues with some of our towers that we need to address. But that should be in the action report too.
Well, and maybe George would have just driven to Dumont to get notifications had he known there was service just
Yeah.
5 miles out.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not trying to like. At this point, I think my role is to define a problem, right? When I knew that there was no communication infrastructure that was on in my area for a 36-hour period, I became very concerned about people that needed to call 911. I became very concerned about whether or not we were able to detect and respond to a fire, right? Because if you don't have communication with your Pano cameras, right, like all of that detection stuff you were talking about, it goes out the window. And so I just think that this is critically important, and I think it's a strategic error to rely on a local government to make sure that that is there, because you know that's like there's a whole lot of complexity around whether a local government can fund something, right? And if Excel is going to shut off the power, is it really worth the risk to not help make sure that the communications towers have backup power? If I was on your board, I'd say, no, that's not a good strategy. I'm not. I'm on this board, so I just have to tell you about our constraints, right? You happen to have a local government in your region that has lost a third of its revenues in the last 10 years. And it just is the reality.
Because we're a mining community.
As far as the infrastructure goes too, I am like kind of perplexed at how we lost our landline, but we still had cell phones if we had no power.
It's just different system, right? It depends on how the cell tower operates. Some towers are hardwired into the copper system. So generally your cell phone, your old school landlines, like plug in the wall landlines, have a minor electrical current in them that's usually coming from the grid.
So maybe us in the DLD area having the crummy
Could
internet
be.
was actually better than having the upgraded.
I know when I was on
Right.
copper for internet, copper lines, when the power go out, we lose internet, right? Because it's relying on that grid to push that signal through that copper. Right now, some sound towers are now connected with what's called Toronto radios, where they're bouncing the signal from tower to tower. So they don't need the grid to provide their own energy that they're producing on their backup generators can get signal out, right? It just depends. It's very complicated. And here the additional complication is in the same way that even before these events, we lose power a lot is because we just don't have a lot of redundancy on our infrastructure because the geography prevents that. Right. And so that includes cell towers, internet, where our infrastructure is located, right? Substations will take out thirds of the county because it's the only choke point, so we'll, to pile on, not to pile on here, but Georgia's point is right. I mean, we can do the best that we can to help manage these events, these planned power outages, and we understand why they happen, but it's yet another little bit of an unfunded mandate for us, right? Those auction models that we are now delivering on behalf of people who need oxygen because they don't have power, we're paying for, right? And so that's where we really start to feel the strain of this, because we don't decide if the power gets turned off or not, right? But we're the ones who are left, at least speaking from my staff's perspective, trying to manage the situation on behalf of all the secondary problems that creates. And so we would love the POC to really allow Xcel to be more of a partner in that, because we do not have the revenue to do some of the things that we know we need to be able to do if we're going to start consistently seeing 72-hour shutoffs.
And this is a very consistent theme that we share this message with CDOT, with the Federal Highway Administration, all over the place. And the map of Clear Creek County is right behind you. It's 300 square miles and there are 9,200 taxpayers there. And so if your plan is that we're going to make sure that you have eyes on the ground when power's off, I think it's a problematic plan. Just like if you're sitting in Golden and you're relying on Clear Creek County to protect your water source, those 9,200 people, I think that's a bad plan. And so I think I've said that 4 times now, so I should probably just stop.
And what he means by protecting the water source is not having a wildfire, sending ash and debris down Clear Creek.
750,000 drinking people rely on this watershed for drinking water.
How many?
750,000.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
And if we go up in flames, you don't have drinking water in Westminster. And so that's, this is very much like a bigger amount of people working together for a societal solution is way more sustainable than trying to one-off these things, because we have too much inequity within revenues, funding, and we're all connected on one system, right?
And we can talk about fairness. We also have to be honest. We are a liability. We are a liability. We have a tower go out. And if a tower going down causes us to not notice a fire during a wind event like that, it's a whole lot more than 9,200 people that are affected.
Yeah.
Thank you for the feedback. This is all really good for me to take back to the team. But without a doubt, this is a dynamic that we do live in, and there are significant challenges from every level in how we address and who's responsible for what. What we can do today is just make sure that we're building a plan that tries to incorporate as much as possible, and making sure that the number one priority is making sure that a fire does not get started by our system. Make sure that there's the lowest risk possible of that. And then I think the team, as we start to develop more plans in the future, how do we improve on those at a larger societal solution? That's where all the stakeholders can come together, kind of come up with solutions.
Are we done with the pole replacing or what percentage are we at?
I don't know if there is a percentage they could provide right now. I do know there was a significant amount of work in 2004. Not as much in 2005, but it's likely there was different kinds of work being done. So maybe they replace a lot of the poles. Maybe this year they're working on wire. Maybe it's just not as costly. I just don't know. I don't have that insight. I just have the high level spend levels by year. So I do know from the operations team that there is a lot of work that they were hoping to get done before the winter moratorium in Clear Creek. And I know that they're working with the county to make sure that they can try to get started.
Where there's poles still laid down on the side of the roads, those are planned for 2026 or?
It depends on the job. I'm not sure. I'd imagine either they're staging equipment there for,
You've had a pole in the
Yeah,
road
we've had a pole for like
months.
almost a year now. That's been there. They did pole replacement and I'm just worried like they forgot this pole. They put the attachments on it. Like it's ready to go up and then it's just been sitting there.
it depends. Maybe if we connect after, if you want to send me an address, I can help the team run it down and just see what's going on.
Okay.
Because even the county flagged that there were some holes that had not been yet covered. And so we were able to get the team out there to cover the holes, make sure it's not a safety issue, so that we can get the work done after the moratorium.
Right.
Any other questions? I think that's all I have on wildfire right now. I don't know if you guys want to talk rate cases, might be a little much. So the electric rate case we filed, we also filed a natural gas case. Both of them, I think, are expected to increase bills by about 10% or $10 if your average bill is about $100 a month. For the electric side, both are very different in how they're structured and what's included, but generally for rate cases, we're required by the PUC to, it's basically like, analogy is a credit card. We have a credit card, we spend on the system to maintain it and operate it. And if we go over, we need to go back to the PUC to try to recover those over costs from customers. And the PUC basically gets to approve the percentage we get in revenue and how much we can pay off on that credit card. So gas rates are what we settle, staff and parties work together to come up with some sort of settlement, and then that typically gets approved. I think the biggest news here is that there was a bill that was passed last year where if you look at your Excel bill, there's a number of line items like transmission, or even generate clean renewable generation, which is just a line item, which is no longer part of base rates. So everybody pays into that. And then the PUC, it basically whatever we get part of an established rate, we get paid back for without needing a rate case, right? So it's more upfront, it's more clear. For the distribution system, that will be the case in the future. We'll have a line item on bills to where, and that basically prevents us, or it basically reduces the need for a rate case in the future for the electric side, which is great news. It happens every couple of years. It's always expensive. It creates really bad headlines for Excel's looking to increase your rates again. Whereas a line item, it's much more structured, it's streamlined. We can work directly with regulatory on this. But it also allows us to kind of forward look at the system to see which areas are growing fastest and try to push investments, the distribution investments there. So are there a lot of EVs coming on the system here in this neighborhood? Are we expecting this kind of growth? I know here in the Clear Creek and Western Jeffco side, we're looking at not necessarily expanded like, major population growth, but we are seeing more electrification as customers do add load. It's just their own load. It just gets a lot bigger. So those investments that are part of the rate case, which will now be in future line item, we have transformers that can move electricity if they have a solar system back to the grid. So it's a lot of costs and capital maintenance that's within a rate case. And a lot of this, and like 85% of the rate case is going to be in that line item. So if we do come out with another electric rate case, it's going to be much smaller. It's going to address probably the technology advancements that we're investing in.
Just to make sure, a rate case is basically a PUC process, right?
Correct.
So it's a hearing at the PUC about what the rates should be and what you spend the money on.
Exactly. For the O&M. It's not capital expenses, I don't believe.
So I think a reason why people are having a problem with this is like the $2 billion, revenue that was produced out of this for shareholders and for the CEO. It's hard to keep asking people to pay more that are struggling when it looks like Xcel Energy is worried about shareholders more. And the investment isn't into like a new system. Like the Comanche 2, can you explain, Rebecca probably doesn't know about the Comanche 2, what's going on with that and the old system and the new system. why we're back to the old, what's.
Do you mind jumping
Okay.
2 slides up? You're okay.
Forward.
Yes. One more.
Jody, are you referring to sort of the coexistence of record prices and record profits?
That's good.
Right.
I could address that first. So in order for us to provide these investments that go into the generation, the transmission, the distribution, and even the natural gas system, is that we have to go to shareholders to borrow money to make those investments. Those investments, in order for them to offer that kind of capital, we compete for capital with all the other companies that are public and available to invest in. So we compete for capital. If they can earn a safe return, they usually do that for whatever strategy. People who make these decisions, whoever manage our retirements, they make those decisions and invest in utilities, and then we can take those, but we have to earn some sort of profit that's fair and safe for those investors. So it's the PUC's job to not only navigate, the clean energy, like what, we should be investing in, but also how much we return to our shareholders. And there's a couple good parts of the natural rate case, or the rate cases, the electric and the natural gas rate cases. Part of our proposal is we want our shareholders to keeping affordability in mind, because rates are going up, and we understand deeply how much people need electricity and gas just for basic living expenses. So not only are there programs with the federal government, but we also want to take a more active role in expanding that. We're going to charge shareholders $5 million for the electric rate case and the gas case, which will go directly to programs to support those in need. So that's money that's not recoverable by customers. This is shareholders chipping into the programs that matter the most for those who can get support, bill assistance, and making sure that we're covering everybody as rates go up.
Are there data centers that are taking a disproportionate share of the electricity? And if so, do residential rates go up because of the data center?
There's a lot we don't know yet. And just for context I know everybody, like the big headline right now in energy are data centers and the need, and everybody wants one, but there's questions of growth, environmental concerns, capacity concerns. And I think the reality is we've only signed up one data center in like the last 4 years.
Okay. And where's that located?
I'm not sure. It's probably out in Aurora or maybe down south metro.
Okay.
There are a number of conversations happening with our corporate development team. We're trying to streamline our entire utility process to help accommodate those, but also the PUC issued some rules recently to kind of address and mitigate a lot of that risk, the question of risk. If a data center comes, how much of that are we all paying for? And so there's a number of steps that they passed that we have to include for evaluating new data centers and that they need to kind of come up with. So really making sure that what you can do is cluster these data centers if there's a bunch of them. And there's a concept that the energy industry in general thinks that you can do this well if you place them correctly, and you can, they can share into their own transmission costs, where their investment benefit can actually benefit everybody. And if we do it very well, there's even a way where the economists believe that these data centers, because of their investment into their part of the system, that extra redundancy provides benefits for everybody and could also even lead to lower costs. Now, some people are still skeptical of that. There's still a lot of data and analysis that can happen, but really they will eat up a much bigger portion of the pie that we all chip into. And if there's enough, really the system needs to be designed to accommodate them first off, but if we do it well, they cluster them, we can do it where, it actually improves the system overall. Those investments help everybody.
Okay.
So, I guess a key point I want to make too is our bills are about 37% below the national average today. That's largely because we have a significant investment in wind in the Eastern Plains. It's pretty cheap to invest in, even with everything going on with the federal government today. But we're expecting 60% of our system to be wind driven by 2030. I think 20% or 30% of the system should be solar and storage, adding batteries to the utility scale solar. to basically discharge at peak periods of the day. So we're looking at 85+% clean, renewable, low carbon, no carbon generation by 2030, which is big. There is a significant question, and we have policy folks involved in how we get to our net zero goal of no carbon generation by 2050. That's coming quickly. You know, it sounds pretty far away, but there's a significant, we were looking at hydrogen for a while. That really hasn't moved forward. I know the state was very interested. The governor himself was interested in hydrogen as potential replacement for natural gas. There's a lot of ideas. And so we're really hoping for a lot of innovation in the energy space to get us to that 2050 goal. But either way, I guess my point is renewables have really helped keep bills low for customers because of Colorado's unique geography. We have a lot of wind available. There's a lot of solar available. From my understanding, it's more expensive to invest in. And so we've invested much more heavily in wind first to diversify our mix. And now solar is now getting the investment treatment from the PUC with the added tech, which is, batteries to help get us to the peak period after the sun goes down. Next slide. Part of this, there's like this idea of wallet share of, bills. And if you were to have like $100, if your income was like $100 per month, we want our energy bills to be, I think, about $1, maybe $1.50 of that entire portion of your income of $100, right? So our dollar share, we want to keep it as low as possible. It's an interesting concept to help think about when it comes to rates and bills. But really the goal is to try to keep affordability in mind. And there's a lot of question of how we do so while we're electrifying all the system. It's expensive. Maintaining the natural gas system is so expensive. It's still there. We're still bringing on, I think, I was told like 6,500 customers a month onto the gas system. So it's still a growing system. It's still a preferred system by builders and customers. There are, of course, policy concerns with that. And I think the PUC is trying to decide how to navigate. We're investing in both systems at the same time. Both are growing. And that's, again, a very high level policy environmental conversation.
And I apologize, PSCO.
PSCO. We operate under Public Service Company of Colorado.
Thank you.
Subsidiary of Xcel Energy.
Thank you.
So for branding, we always call ourselves Xcel Energy, whereas in a regulatory format, you might see us as PSCO.
Thank you.
We are the OPCO. Affordability programs. We're looking at a number of ways to improve affordability for the customers most in need. Again, the $10 million total from shareholders to help boost those affordability programs. We're looking at ways to potentially to avoid disconnection at all for some of these customers. And making sure we can get them on the right bill assistance. How do we connect more directly with the programs that make a difference on their bill? How do we streamline the home energy squad to go to their home if they're at need and they can't afford their bill? That's the biggest impact you could have, is making sure that you have insulation. They understand like curtains help and windows for heat, all of the things, improving home and lowering bills. I think at the very highest level, that's all I have. I would say that the natural gas, it's a lot of work. Our regulatory team jumps into these, and there's so much technical conversation that is happening here that I can't even speak to. But really the high level takeaways is that electric rate cases will probably end up going away in the next year, which is great news for everybody, I think. The gas system will stay on rate cases, so those will happen every 2 years or so. For these two cases, because of the wildfire mitigation plan that added $10 into your bill, we knew these were coming. They were going to be expensive because we had to replace so much stuff. Wind events get covered in these rate cases too. Poles, the wires that are being replaced, that gets accounted for here. So it's kind of easy to see as we get these rough storms that how storms could also add to the base rates. So with that being said, there's a lot going on in the affordability. We're trying to spread these costs as far as possible. So they're bigger this year than they normally are, both the rate cases, because we folded in all 3 years to hold off on filing this so that we didn't file it at the same time as the wildfire mitigation plan. Now you're talking, instead of $10 in the mitigation plan, now you're talking 10 for electric and 10 for gas for $30 more a month in the same year. So we're trying to be as mindful as possible to try to, making sure that, we have a system that's safe, reliable, clean, but also safe, most importantly.
Thank you. I just one comment on the natural gas rate case, which is that I haven't studied it carefully yet. We are members of Colorado Communities for Climate Action. They really help inform us about the nuance of those rate cases. And we know that we have to band together as small communities because, we know that you all are big and you have a lot of influence. And so my hope is that we would be taking positions in conjunction with the communities that surround us that have shared interests.
And, we're working with, Summit County, the communities really want to go electric for climate to meet their own climate goals. And there's a lot of discussions with developers and builders and people who want to buy homes to, they want a gas system too. From reliability purposes to just heat. And so there's a lot of conversation. We came up with a separate plan for them to like a non-pipeline alternative. Really, it's all beneficial electrification. We're already capped out on the system. We can't build more up there. It's very hard to do so. So we're trying to come up with the solutions that they will approve and agree with that are, but really, it really is beneficial electrification for people. There's like peak times for the gas system. It gets a little more complicated on the back end. But really trying to making sure that we're working with the communities on their own goals, whatever they are. So our teams are more than happy to try to figure out what that is. And if you guys are going one way or another, we're happy to work with you on that.
Well, thank you for spending all of this time with us. This was very informative and really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. I think there's a lot going on in the energy world. It's interesting. That's why I like it. And it's always nice to get out of the metro area.
Yeah.
I enjoy coming up here. So thank you all for having me. This was informative and helpful. And if there are any sort of follow-up questions or whatnot, vegetation work or polls, please let me know. I'm happy to run that down by our team. Figure that out.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully continue the information too, that, the pipeline, that when stuff is happening or things are changing. I appreciated getting the notifications myself, so.
From me?
Yeah.
You bet.
Yeah, and then we can kind of in turn, update people. I do know at the very end though, when I checked the updates, it went away. And I know that happened to a lot of people. It would say it was going to come back on in 2 hours and then all of a sudden it was just gone. And that kind of freaked people out because they're like, what does that mean? Does that mean days? Does that mean
Right.
they think it's on and still don't have power?
Right. Again, that's part of the automatic system, the times that operations was pushing out that weren't inclusive of all the behind the scenes work.
This is the one if you went to your website and you put in your address.
Oh, the outage map itself?
Yeah, that's
Part of that.
it just like disappeared.
And it's a lot of that is coming from the outage map. Esri, the company that handled, they are enormous and they provide a ton of mapping technologies for municipalities, for big customers. The website crashed a couple times during the event. That's something that we were all not fans of, and that was not for anybody because we're pushing everybody to the outage map, be informed, see everything, and then the map accommodates that. So that's something, again, a big takeaway we're coming from is this outage map because it's a single piece of information we could share with everybody. Part of those times, we have to make sure that we're accommodating for all the behind the scenes plans before we even give customers, an estimation of when they could be back, because it's just not going to be completely accurate at that point. It's built for the day-to-day outage. There was a story, rebuilding a pole here in Georgetown versus they haven't even gone out to see what kind of storm damage. They don't know how many trees are on the lines. Is there a line anymore? Do we have poles? Do we have to rebuild the whole system, which could take days? So again, that's a huge takeaway that our team's working on.
Yeah, I think it was just that little bit of hope that people had was checking those updates and, oh yay, it's gonna come on in 8 hours and then it gets close and then it's gone. All their hope just down the toilet.
Well, thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to
Awesome,
take
interesting.
a 5-minute break unless we should do the lunch break now.
5-minute break and we can do number 13 and then lunch. Sounds good.
Okay. Sounds good. Board of County Commissioners is back on the record for a regular session, a work session, considering adding additional regular board meeting days to the board's meeting schedule. And this was proposed by George Marlin. Do you want to say your piece?
Yeah, we had asked in the first meeting, I can't remember exactly when, we'd asked for staff to come back with a recommendation about adding a third day to the calendar. I read in the memo that staff has one. Curious to hear what if you.
Yeah, so basically, we understand the need. We do have some executive sessions or some work sessions, especially with external partners, that can take a long time. And what happens when that happens is it can push the end of our agenda, which is no less important, to a time of the day where we're kind of rushing to get through it. So our proposal would be to just have the commissioners put blocks after the mayors and commissioners meetings on that Tuesday, the second Tuesday. And then we can just update that to an actual meeting if we need it. So it's not a standard meeting. That would be cleared with y'all to say, hey, we might have, CDOT would be one where we might have a long couple-hour conversation and we want to have that stand on its own because we don't have the time in the normal agendas it's like an overflow slot. So y'all's calendars are free. We will commit to try to finalize those as soon as possible as far as when we need them. But I think it's just more of a flex space. And then in 85% of the time when we don't need the extra time, they're just work time to give back, things like that. But since particularly you, Rebecca, are already here at Marion's on this side of the county, we're not asking you to drive on a different day that you're not driving.
Yes, that helps.
And then that would be a nice 4-hour block to get that kind of stuff in. It would also allow an additional time to get emergency executive sessions if we need them. Because we know some of those times, those are a little last minute by their very nature. So that's our proposal, is that the board just blocks. I will block, Amy will block hers, Peter, and we will just hold those until we know we don't need them and then give them back.
And under this scenario, I presume Amy would put those blocks on our calendars and then remove them when we know, like a couple weeks before our meeting, that they moved.
Yes.
I think that is, when I do it myself.
I just
then-
blocked them out myself. I don't know.
Mhm. I think we would hold the block, so then that would be our conduit to communicate with y'all if we do think we need one. Right?
And I like this approach much better than just adding a third Board of County Commissioners meeting day for a few reasons. One, if it's not on the mayors and commissioners, then that would be an extra hour and a half for me. I'd much rather just spend an extra hour and a half at the end of our day. As a trial lawyer, former trial lawyer, I'm perfectly capable of working until 5:30 or 6 if I need to. And I'd rather do that to get something done. But if it's an extra 4-hour block of time, this makes perfect sense.
And it would really be for, those really intense, long conversations that we know are coming. Just because they can chew up, hypothetically today, right? If we had had a full agenda, we wouldn't have been able to give the Excel the time that we probably need to, right? And so in a perfect world, a situation like Excel would be one that we would probably want to do on that day if we happen to have a full agenda. But we can just manage that between me and Peter and then just make sure we're communicating as far in advance as possible on those blocks to remove them or make them an official meeting when we see this kind of stuff coming.
Yes.
I think I've been here now long enough to get a good sense of what I think is going to be one of those that we should move, just because it's probably going to take a while.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, but it's not going to be we don't have to address this now, we can address it next week type thing.
No, it's really only going to be for those key ones that we want to make sure there's enough bandwidth and space to give it the attention it deserves.
All right.
My hope is that this helps us open up the aperture of the kinds of things we want to discuss as a board. There are a lot of counties in this state that meet weekly and they have quarterly updates from their departments. And, there's a whole lot that we don't do as a board that this provides the opportunity for us to decide whether we want to start to do or experiment with doing.
Mhm.
So I think this is a nice compromise. And I want to ask that we, as we think about our budget season, that we try to come up with, like, do we think this is enough for that context or not? We don't need the answer to that today, but
Oh, for the longer budget cycle?
a big part of why I brought this up this time this year is because last year we spent a lot of time and staff energy trying to find board time to meet, to go through our budget.
Well, I think
That worked out really well. We were always available.
at least from what staff, I think we're just gonna start our budget process earlier.
Mhm.
So these standing meetings is once a month, starting in July, rather than in 3 times a month, 5 times a month, starting in September. Is just better, and in general, to have a budget process take that long, because then it doesn't overburden both the decision makers and staff with trying to just eat from the fire hose to and so this is exactly why we would like these holds, because if we do start budget and decide that, hey, we're gonna start meeting once a month after Marion's starting in July for only a couple of hours to try to have these budget workshops, then we're not cramming it all in at the end. But that's a conversation
Okay. I'm good.
I would like to have with finance and the board when it comes up, how that works better. But we could also literally probably fit in an hour work session into the existing board meetings on budget starting in July. You know, just depending on how we want to split it up and run that process. I just think longer budget process, in my experience, are more successful ones, because it's just more time to air out everything, and it doesn't get so overwhelming.
Yep.
For both staff and the board on all the moving pieces. And we can just cut the budget up into very small discrete segments and talk about them individually.
Okay, well, thank you. I was against this, thinking that we are perfectly capable of working long days. However, with this caveat, I agree with it. I think that's a good approach.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I think this is kind of what we did last year anyways. We actually blocked
Yeah, I
out,
know.
we blocked out
did
all
block out
Tuesdays.
yeah.
So we even had the 4th Tuesday in case, and we did fill a lot
Several
of
of them.
Tuesdays
Yeah.
with
yeah.
stuff because we had the fire authority thing going on, and then
And open space.
I also think we talked about, as far as the budget goes in June, we would be revisiting things. So I see maybe that Tuesday we would be filling it with that,
Mhm.
to see what we've sold off or where we're at with things. So yeah, I'm sure we'll be adding a lot of different executive sessions. I even foresee going past this Tuesday, and I'm fine with that if it does go into that 4th Tuesday as well.
Oh, sure. I think we'll try to keep it to the Marion's thing, but yeah, this is not going to completely eliminate one-off meetings. But we are going to try to be strategic enough looking ahead to just optimize that time, and then eliminate as many of the special meetings as we can, knowing that we're still going to have some, right?
I think Tuesday works too, because we don't have CCAT, we don't have CCI, we don't, at least for now, CC4CA.
It's a board meeting for a lot of counties.
Yeah, so it's just kind of a blocked out day.
Yeah.
Maybe 3/4 of the counties in the state meet every Tuesday anyway,
Right.
so our calendars tend to be.
I know when we were adding the Wednesdays and Thursdays, it got a little tougher. We were not meeting some of the other legislative, if we had CC4CA meets quite a bit. Wednesdays especially.
So, okay, well, thank you all. I don't have anything else. My intent in asking for this to be on the agenda was so that we could settle it and move forward.
So I propose that I'm gonna send a meeting invite to your calendars to block out your calendars between 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. Doesn't mean that we'll need all that time, but at least it will reserve that space on their calendars to be
Thank you.
flexible.
Perfect.
All right, I'm sending that now to everyone here.
And then
And then
when we clear the agendas kind of 2 weeks in advance,
Mhm.
let's talk about the flex days in those meetings, so we can remove those holds if we need to.
Okay,
We
perfect.
should know enough by then to know.
So the first one is on your calendar for the 10th, which is 2 weeks from, well, 3 weeks from today.
And I think of too, this right? If Sarah has updates on what's going on with the state level, with TANF or whatever, we did some of those updates. Those would be good times to do that as well.
Okay.
All right. Question. Do we want to eat lunch during the executive session, or will that be short and sweet? Should just take a lunch break.
We should take a lunch break.
All right.
If
We are,
if you were asking me, I think it's always wiser to go ahead and make the motion to get into executive session and then take the break. So that
I move, we are in executive session. Thank you.
Wait, I've got to read it for the following reasons.
Thank you. I move that the Board of County Commissioners move into executive session for the following reasons.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224B and E for the Board of County Commissioners to confer with the county attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to code enforcement cases COD 25193 and COD 26001 Raspberry Hot Springs 899 Chinook Road, and 2, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned code enforcement cases. Pursuant to CRS 24640224B and E for the Board of County Commissioners to confer with the county attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to matters involving potential litigation or other action to address a decision by the Lookout Mountain Water District that will negatively impact the ability of the Clear Creek High School and surrounding areas to provide for fire suppression and other public safety needs, in addition to other potential adverse impacts, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned case.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, just for future reference,
Yes.
I would recommend that we go into lunch first.
Okay.
Come back, open up the regular session, and then go into executive session, so it's clear as to the amount of time that we're in executive session and reflected such on the record. We are going to have to come back from lunch, reopen,
All right.
enter into regular session, announce that we have already moved into executive session and we are now going to it. We need to have a clear record on these things.
Okay.
That's not on you.
The board is now going to take a lunch break and then we'll return in order to go officially into the executive session.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
What time are you returning, Rebecca, from lunch?
Is 15 minutes or?
Oh,
12:30.
how about 12:36 then? I'd like at least a half hour.
Go let your,
12:30 is good, yeah.
all right. We'll be on lunch until 12:30.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. The Clear Creek County Board of Commissioners is back on the record for the purposes of going into executive session as stated earlier, but I would like to entertain a motion to go into executive session as earlier read into the record.
Okay, that's great. And I'll reread it just for the record.
Oh, you're gonna reread?
I'm good. We're gonna take a new motion. We're gonna do it again.
All right,
Okay, so you move
I move.
into executive session for the following reasons.
Okay,
Pursuant to CRS 246402 B and E for the Board of County Commissioners to confer with the county attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to code enforcement cases COD 25193 and COD 26001 Raspberry Hot Springs, 899 Chinook Road, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned code enforcement cases. And then pursuant to CRS 246402 B and E, for the Board of County Commissioners to confer with the county attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to matters involving potential litigation and other action to address a decision by the Lookout Mountain Water District that will negatively impact the ability of Clear Creek High School and surrounding areas to provide for fire suppression and other public safety needs, in addition to other potential adverse impacts, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned issue.
may I have a second?
So moved.
All in favor? All in favor?
Favor, say
Aye.
aye. Aye.
Great.
Motion passes. We're moving into executive session. Thank you.
And before you do that, just to note, there will be no written minutes taken, no decisions will be made. The board will reconvene after executive session to adjourn the executive session and end the regular session at that time.
Thank you. The Board of Clear Creek County Commissioners has conducted and finished their executive session. And we are all meeting here in order to adjourn the meeting. The meeting is hereby adjourned.
No written minutes were taken, no decisions were made.
No decisions were made.
That concludes executive session,
That
regular session.
includes the executive session.